and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass.
The 12th Parliament of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana to be duly constituted and in session. The clerk will lead us in prayers.
Almighty God, we are here gathered together. We most humbly beseech thee to guide us in all our consultations, so that we may together build a land where knowledge is free, where the mind is without fear, the head is held high, and where words come from the depth of truth. Grant us, O God, thy hidden guidance, so that we may deal justly with the several causes that come before us. Then aside all private interests, prejudices, and personal preferences, so that the result of our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion, the preservation of justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the President, and the peace and prosperity of Guyana. Grant us, O God, the vision so to lead, that all the people of this fair land may enter that state of brotherhood and unity, where the mind is led forward by thee into ever-widening thought and action.
Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated.
Messages from the President. Announcements by the Speaker. Presentation of petitions.
Just announcements. Honorable members, today we begin the budget debate on the 2022 estimates that were presented to us by the Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance. In the past few sittings, I've had to caution members about the use of certain words in the National Assembly. And I want to remind about a few of them. First, the issue of reference to His Excellency the President. In your speeches, I'm going to be tolerant as I used to be. Secondly, cries of shame, and we will recirculate the list of words that is considered unparliamentary. Before I call on the clerk to go through the agenda, let me also say that we did receive a motion signed by the leader, the former leader of the opposition, the Honorable Member Joseph Harman, and the Chief Whip Christopher Jones, calling for 22 members of the government side to be sent to the Privileges Committee. I have looked at the motion, I've looked at the tapes, and I have also come to one conclusion and have been advised about another principle which I want to also use in my dismissal of that motion. First, the motion will not proceed because a prima facie case has not been established. And secondly, there is, I was told, only reminded this morning, because I'm surrounded by so many lawyers, and in the House we have many lawyers on both sides of excellent repute, that every first-year law student learns the phrase extorpi causa non oritur actio, which means that you can't bring a legal action for your illegal actions in the first place. And based on those two, I am not allowing that motion to go ahead. Mr. Clerk?
Presentation of petitions, presentation of papers and reports, etc.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I present to the Assembly the Public Health Coronavirus Number 2 Regulations 2022, Number 1 of 2022.
Thank you.
Reports from committees, oral questions without notice, questions on notice, statements by ministers including policy statements, personal explanations, request for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance, motions relating to the business or sittings of the National Assembly and moved by a minister, introduction of bills, public business, government's business.
Honorable members, we will now proceed with the presentations on the 2022 estimates. Our first speaker today is the Honorable Member, Ms. Amanza Walton Dizzy.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, and good morning to my colleagues on the other side of the House. Mr. Speaker, it is certainly my profound honor to rise this morning to commence the Parliamentary Opposition's contributions to the 2022 budget debate in this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, I must note at the outset that I was disturbed that the Parliamentary Opposition was only given 2 working days to consider these voluminous estimates. Mr. Speaker, we on this side, we suspect that the government is quite sure that Budget 2022 will not stand up to robust scrutiny. Last year, Mr. Speaker, I stood in this honorable House and I described the 2021 budget as vapid, vacuous, and visionless. And I stand here 1 year later, Mr. Speaker, to testify as to the accuracy of that description. But, Mr. Speaker, I do not take pride in my prognostication because I'm cognizant of the biblical admonition that says, where there is no vision, the people perish. And the people of Guyana, Mr. Speaker, are perishing. Mr. Speaker, 1 year later, Guyana has, for all intents and purposes, lost the battle against COVID-19. Today, as a nation of less than 800,000, these are the statistics. We have 1,166 deaths, 353 new cases within the last 24 hours, a total confirmed case load of close to 60,000 and a whopping 11,234 persons on home isolation. These are the stats. And we have a health minister who is in a perpetual state of suspicion. He is never sure. He simply surmises and suspects. Mr. Speaker, inflation stands close to 6%. It is a daily struggle for most to find one meal a day. Crime is rampant, corruption is rife, and with each announcement of an oil fine, Mr. Speaker, Guyanese sink deeper and deeper into despair and discouragement. What is in it for me? Charlene from behind the stall or stall at Border Market asks, what is in it for me? What is there to be excited about? Shalita says I can't eat oil. She says it's a daily struggle to send my children to school, to find 2 meals per day to help them to focus. Imagine I have to pay $300 for a pound of plantain. Chicken is $400 per pound. Fish, Bangamary, is $450 a pound. I am a cleaner and my husband works on a fishing boat. But guess what? He was laid off recently because the boss man said they just don't have enough fish and he got to close down operations. Shalita says, I hope that the government, that they do something for we in this 2022 budget. This is what Shalita says. Enter stage right, Mr. Speaker, budget 2022. The most disrespectful, discriminatory, and deceitful budget to ever grace the floor of this honorable house. Mr. Speaker, my late mother, God bless her soul, used to tell me, show me where you spend your money and I will tell you what you value and what your values are. Mr. Speaker, the minister with responsibility for finance stood in this house and told the people of Guyana that in 2021 inflation was close to 6% and food inflation, the food price inflation in particular, was approximately 12%. Yet, Mr. Speaker, this government has given to our public servants a meager 5% after tax increase over a period of 2 years. 5%, Mr. Speaker. The PPPC refused to give Guyanese an increase that would at least help them to meet the increased cost in food that they need to survive. That is how much they care. Mr. Speaker, show me where you spend your money and I will tell you what you value. Mr. Speaker, out of a budget of $553 billion, the PPP chose to spend $218 billion on capital expenditure, an approximate increase of over 109%. Mr. Speaker, look, the issue that arises here immediately is capacity. It is well known, well established, that neither the central government nor the private sector has the capacity, neither of them. They have the capacity to execute such a massive increase in this program. In the ordinary scheme of things, this is when everything is going as it should. Mr. Speaker, this lack of capacity is exacerbated by the fact that we are in a pandemic, sir, and the minister with responsibility for finance stood in this house and said to us that there are serious issues with the global supply chain. We heard all manner and sorts of excuses that these issues with the global supply chain have affected the ability to complete CJIA and the Mandela Road extension project. When one considers, Mr. Speaker, that the foreign component of our public sector investment program is about 70%, meaning we got to import almost everything to get the work done, how is it that the government intends to execute such a massive infrastructure program within a year? And not even in a year, sir, it's going to be 10 months by the time this budget is passed and the system starts to work. Mr. Speaker, the IMF, in reporting on Guyana's public sector investment management assessment, said this. It said that Guyana has an estimated efficiency gap of 41%. 41%, Mr. Speaker. When that statistic is applied here, what it means is that out of the $218 billion allocated for CapEx, $8 to $9 billion of that will be wasted as a result of the weaknesses in planning, in budgeting, in appraisal, in selection, in procurement, and in the execution of capital projects. $8 to $9 billion Guyana dollars, sir. These are not our stats. These are the stats according to the IMF. Mr. Speaker, we know the IMF in its diplomacy will not say corruption, but we know what I mean. They mean corruption. And we know that we have fallen 2 places in 2 years on the transparency index, on the transparency corruption index. So we beg and we understand what they mean. Mr. Speaker, I say this to you. If this government were truly serious about putting Guyana on a sound developmental footing, they would have expended efforts on decreasing that efficiency gap to minimize wastage. Mr. Speaker, they would focus on investing in our human capital and on training. And not just on training, but on offering competitive remuneration, lest we be training our people to leave. Mr. Speaker, given this anticipated wastage of $8 to $9 billion, Mr. Speaker, and all of these issues that I referred to earlier, the supply chain issues, the pandemic issues, Mr. Speaker, it is highly unlikely that with the most strenuous of efforts, this government will be unable to execute such a program. Mr. Speaker, why not therefore reallocate, rearrange? If we could minimize, if we could prevent, let me say 50% of this wastage by doing a proper adjustment and coming to this House with a more realistic figure. Mr. Speaker, if we are to take $36 billion, which represents, sir, a 6.5% of this budget, 6.5%. Mr. Speaker, this is what we can do with this $36 billion. We can give the 50,000 public servants a pay raise of 10% right now. We can provide tuition, free tuition, for 11,000 university students right now. Mr. Speaker, we could give the 9,000 plus health workers an average of a $250,000 bonus right now. Mr. Speaker, we can raise the income tax threshold to 100%. To $100,000 rather, right now. Mr. Speaker, we can increase the old age pension to $35,000 a month for the 65,000 senior citizens right now. Mr. Speaker, we can allocate a $3.5 billion allocation on technical and vocational and educational training. Mr. Speaker, we could provide $2 million in business grants to 2,000 qualified small businesses right now, Mr. Speaker. And guess what we could do, Mr. Speaker? We could spend $1.3 billion to upskill those 5,000 plus sugar workers, to train them for a future beyond sugar, instead of keeping them tied and tethered to an industry that you yourself came to this House and said is failing. That is what we could do, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all of this could be done right now, and CapEx would still stand at 75%. Can you imagine the difference this would make, Mr. Speaker, to the lives of ordinary Guyanese? But show me where you put your money, and I will tell you what you value and where your values are. Mr. Speaker, this government boasts about $25 billion in relief measures. But, sir, the truth is that by and large, those measures are geared towards favoring big business. Mr. Speaker, it appears as if the government keeps hoping that by providing all of these tax breaks to big businesses, that the benefits will trickle down to the poor and the working class. Mr. Speaker, we fed up tell them, the world over fed up tell them, trickle down economics don't work. Mr. Speaker, a case in point is that last year, August, this government adjusted the freight cost component of the CIF, and the effect of which was to roll back pre-freight costs. Yet in November, Mr. Speaker, we had the highest office holder in this land begging the private sector to pass the savings on. Mr. Speaker, They acknowledge that it doesn't work. And guess what they do, Mr. Speaker? Instead of allocating properly, instead of rearranging, they continue this tax break until 2022 at a cost of $6 billion to the poor and the working class Guyanese, Mr. Speaker. Show me where you spend your money and I will show you what you value. Mr. Speaker, let us forget about all of the propaganda and the acrobatics in linguistics that the minister with responsibility for finance he performed. The reality is the numbers don't lie. The numbers tell a story, and the story that the numbers is telling is that this government do not care. The government does not care for the poor and working class. This is why, Mr. Speaker, they have no interest in strengthening the national procurement framework. Mr. Speaker, I was appalled to hear the minister with responsibility for finance accuse the AP and UFC of systematically dismantling the procurement system. I sat here and I wondered how much of a frolic in delusion could we embark upon. Mr. Speaker, we will remind the PPP administration that it was the AP and UAFC that constituted the Public Procurement Commission a decade after it was implemented into our Constitution. They refused to perfect the legal framework, and you dare to come here today to tell us that we have dismantled it. You continue to systematically undermine our procurement system. It was you that appointed the head of the PSIP as the chair of the National Tender Administration, in direct conflict with the act which says that the chair and the deputy chair must be full-time employees, and you dare to come into this house to say what? So, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance does not get...
Honourable Member, I didn't dare to do anything, so please.
Thank you, sir. The Minister with responsibility for finance, it is so tedious to have to say that. I don't know why they just don't make you the Minister of Finance and done. But anyway, the Minister with responsibility for finance stood in this house and accused us of the act that they themselves are guilty of, demonstrably guilty of. They have fired, Mr. Speaker, all of the properly qualified and trained personnel at MPTAB because they perceive them to have a particular type of political affiliation. Mr. Speaker, he does not get to come here and engage in revisionism. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn my attention very briefly to this Natural Resource Fund. I note that you have made some pronouncements, sir, on the illegality or otherwise of the actions. Mr. Speaker, I will say that it appears that you have already come to the conclusion that our actions were illegal, and therefore it appears to me at this time that our appearance before a privileges committee might be moot. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the Natural Resource Fund bill, this bill, sir, received outcry far and wide from the Guyanese public. Everybody and the grandmother said, look, consult. They said consult. Yet the government sought to use its one-seat majority to force that legislation down Guyanese people's throats. But, Mr. Speaker, with their usual propaganda, they came here, they went to the public and assured us of all types of things. They said, oh, there will be the greatest levels of transparency, and it will be subject to parliamentary scrutiny. Mr. Speaker, I am yet to hear clearly articulated in this budget what projects will be funded by this money that they took out of the NRF. What projects will be funded by it, sir? We don't know. We just know to move the money. We don't know where it's going. We don't know where it's there. We know nothing. The first foray out into a budgeting cycle with this money available, and they have failed to deliver the promised level of transparency to the Guyanese people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable. This is the patrimony of our generation and the generation after ours. And the PPPC administration must not be allowed to trifle with it. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House, we continue to maintain that the Natural Resources Fund Act as passed by the coalition, sir, provided robust transparency. It provided, sir, a level of transparency that has been taken out of this current bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will give you an example. In the 2019 Act, we specifically said that when it came to the annual budget proposals for projects to be funded from this NRF, that a statement explaining how the withdrawal from the fund for the next ensuing fiscal year and for each of the next following 3 fiscal years shall be used to finance national development priorities. We said it because we were serious about it, and we were so serious about it that we were committed to reducing it into law, Mr. Speaker. That provision has been taken out of this present bill. And so, Mr. Speaker, there is no duty binding this government to put those monies towards our urgent developmental priorities. But I suspect they want to use it for budget support. I suspect that they want to use it to finance this big debt that they're incurring. Mr. Speaker, today we stand in this House and we can tell you where this $127 billion from the fund is going to be expended. I guess, therefore, Mr. Speaker, we can put the rhetoric of transparency soundly to bed. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn my attention to foreign relations. I don't even know where to start with you, Todd. I don't even know where to start. Look, Mr. Speaker, since our
Honorable Member.
Honorable Member Todd, I'm not sure where to begin with you, sir. I will say, Mr. Speaker, that since our independence, Guyana has always been able to punch above its weight class in foreign policy because we had exemplary leadership on the global stage. Mr. Speaker, we were buoyed by a well-trained cadre of professional diplomats and foreign service officers. Mr. Speaker, the foreign policies of Forbes Burnham, of Desmond Hoyt, and of Dr. Chetty Jagan were clear, they were decisive, they were coherent, and they were rooted in incontrovertible principles. Mr. Speaker, these leaders had similar foreign policies that were rooted in national sovereignty, in non-interference in internal affairs, in non-alignment, in multilateralism, in equality among states, in economic independence, and an unwavering support to the right to self-determination. Mr. Speaker, Guyana's ideals were clear and the nations of the world knew exactly where we stood. Mr. Speaker, those glory days of Guyana's diplomacy were characterized by a professional diplomatic corps. We had a judicious mind at the helm of the foreign ministry. And we had a president who possessed the power, both de jure and de facto, to make decisions on behalf of this nation. Mr. Speaker, a relatively small state was seen as a towering example of diplomacy. Mr. Speaker, today all of them gone. Mr. Speaker, all of the aforementioned are absent. Since August 2nd, 2020, my Lord, our foreign policy has become nebulous, incoherent. It has become fleeting and transactional. We have seen Guyana stumble and our reputation severely tarnished on the international stage. From a senior official having difficulty pronouncing 2-syllable words to another one talking about orgasms on the international stage. Mr. Speaker, this is where we are. Our important policy announcements are emanating from foreign policies and from foreign embassies instead of from Tacuba Lodge. Mr. Speaker, we have ships flying our gold in our head on the high seas and engaged in all manner and sorts of illegalities. Mr. Speaker, now look, this most recent embarrassment of rogue vessels flying our flag has dire implications for our nation and for our relationship with our allies. Mr. Speaker, this administration continues to demonstrate their incompetence to conduct our foreign affairs, to maintain law and order, and to meet our obligations under international treaties. Mr. Speaker, what is worse, their attempts to distance themselves from the debacle is indicative of their lack of appreciation of one fundamental principle of international law, that while you may delegate a function, you cannot divest yourself of the responsibility. But you see, them in order, Mr. Speaker, them in order. Mr. Speaker, it is widely known that the Foreign Affairs Ministry has been wantonly politicized and now operates at the whims and fancies and caprices of ministerial administration. What is worse, we're not even sure if it's the whims and fancies and caprices of the minister that actually sit in there. But, Mr. Speaker, recently there was a recall of a number of senior and seasoned Foreign Service officials from postings all around the world. And these officers, sir, have been by and large replaced with junior officers. Mr. Speaker, without enough of an overlap time to allow for these officers to be properly mentored and oriented. And this has resulted, Mr. Speaker, in a lack of leadership and in confusion at a number of our diplomatic missions abroad. Mr. Speaker, we need to invest in a professional foreign service. One is a cadre of people, sir, that are well trained, that can adequately promote our national interests abroad. Mr. Speaker, in order to achieve this, the coalition, whilst in office, established the Bertram Collins College of the Public Service and re-establish the Foreign Services Institute in order to educate a core of competent professional diplomats and public servants to advance our interests abroad. The first order of business of the administration was to shut down the college, Mr. Speaker, and I will ask Mr. Todd to point out to me the exact allocations for the Foreign Services Institute. Mr. Speaker, the world over is aware that de jure, Guyana has a head of state. However, Mr. Speaker, one is not assured that the final decision-making powers lie with the head of state. And Mr. Speaker, one of the hazards of that perception is that such a nation is seen as perennially weak. So that scenario that I have pointed out, Mr. Speaker, that backdrop that I have painted, that is the backdrop against which the minister with responsibility for finance has come into this house to state these lofty ideals in terms of our foreign relations. Mr. Speaker, I dare say that all of the intentions outlined by the minister can be attempted with the most strenuous of efforts, but the chances of success are minimal, sir, due to the problematic macro structures that I've just outlined. Mr. Speaker, a structured and well thought out foreign policy comprises three key things: conception, content, and implementation. And all of this, sir, is influenced and shaped by the realities of the outside world. Mr. Speaker, our policy makers are therefore expected to pursue certain goals while ensuring that the nation's self-interests are maintained and preserved. Mr. Speaker, given Guyana's new role as a petroleum producer, with whom much geopolitical and strategic interests now lie, have we reimagined our foreign policy with this in mind? In the context of a complex and a highly interdependent world, a new oil and gas economy needs a foreign ministry that is as apolitical as possible and furnished, sir, with some of the best brains that the country has to offer. Mr. Speaker, this is arguably one of our most important ministries. And to this end, sir, this meeting and the knocking of glasses and the photo ops and the smiles and the hugs and the propagandistic headlines will not suffice. Mr. Speaker, we must reignite our foreign policy imagination, and we must ensure that every encounter results in the preservation of good neighborliness. Mr. Speaker, the nation observed the visit of the President of Suriname, but this government could not articulate the strategic interests of this meeting. There was no transparency. In fact, since the 2nd of August 2020, this nation's foreign policy has been conducted with the greatest of contempt for the people of Guyana. Visiting dignitaries, sir, are not even given the opportunity to meet with the opposition. Deals are signed. We do not know what they are trading away, but deals are signed, and nobody knows what is contained in those agreements. Everything is opaque, and everything is secretive. But I must say, Mr. Speaker, outside of this very credible critique that I've just offered, we welcome visits by foreign dignitaries that advance our interests. We cannot argue with any effort to open foreign missions that seek to advance our cause. Mr. Speaker, the government has said that it will focus on deepening relations with the member states of CARICOM. We welcome this, Mr. Speaker, and we warn that we must guard against exuberance and eschewing our regional integration principles because we are now an oil-producing economy. We should stick steadfastly to the principles which lead to the creation of CARICOM, which led, in fact, sir, to the creation of CARICOM. Mr. Speaker, but again, in the absence of a consistent policy on integration, we continue to sail along like a rudderless ship. Today we demand visas for Haitian brothers and sisters. Tomorrow we trade words with the Trinidadians. And then we come into the House and we talk about deepening CARICOM relations. Mr. Speaker, there is no consistency in our foreign policy. Mr. Speaker, Guyana's sovereignty and territorial integrity remains sacrosanct. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, there is no distance between the government and the political opposition on this issue. It is the David Granger-led administration that initiated the judicial route to resolve this issue, and the present government has continued on this trajectory. We reaffirm that the border claim by Venezuela is opportunistic, it is mischievous, it is without merit, and we are confident that Guyana will be vindicated. Mr. Speaker, in September 2020, I stood in this House and I cautioned that we have much to gain, and we have gained much by establishing ourselves as a reliable partner in regional and hemispheric stability, and that it would be unwise to depart from that. Mr. Speaker, that caution remains. In September 2020, I urged the Minister of Public Works that priority must be given to a maritime spatial plan. I urged the commissioning of a national maritime and port sector plan, which would chart the course of the development of that sector, particularly because we are now an oil-producing economy. Mr. Speaker, to this date, nothing, Mr. Speaker, outside the fact that in respect to our ports, we seem to be doing planning by fire. Nothing, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, I have to tell you something. You need to get an extension to conclude.
Thank you. My good sir, I do move that the Honourable Member be given 5 minutes to conclude our presentation.
You don't move, but you're moving a motion that she gets 5 minutes to conclude.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Honourable Member, please continue to conclude.
I'd be delighted to continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will wrap up on that note. Mr. Speaker, one of the many disappointing aspects of Budget 2022 was the lack of focus on global warming and hinterland resettlement. Mr. Speaker, coastal portions of Guyana sit from 19.7 inches or 0.5 meters to 39.4 inches or 1 meter below sea level. Guyana is particularly vulnerable to sea level rise stemming from climate change, plus the regional shifts, sir, in the height of the sea. Mr. Speaker, close to 80% of Guyana's population live in the low-lying coastal areas. Guyana's capital city of Georgetown relies on seawalls for protection. The narrow coastal plain is home to almost all the country's agricultural production, which is critical to both our food security and our export. Mr. Speaker, climate change and rising sea levels and poor irrigation and sea defenses have left the coastal residents at the mercy of the weather and the sea. Mr. Speaker, flooding is now commonplace. The flooding in 2021, sir, destroyed billions of dollars in livestock, in farmlands and personal property, and it should have been a wake-up call for this government to act, Mr. Speaker. But instead, as the waters receded, so did any sense of urgency. Mr. Speaker, the time has come for our leaders to engage the population on the conversation of moving to high ground. We must, sir, engage our population. We must have a debate, sir, on the wisdom of continuing to restrict our development and major infrastructure to the coast. We must have a dialogue on housing, on population planning, and we must implement programs that prioritize hinterland development, with the building of hinterland cities, for example, to continue to have massive development projects tabled. The ones you've seen tabled in this budget, sir, and which are on the coast, is short-sighted, and it is gambling with Mother Nature, sir. Mr. Speaker, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change said that 2020, in its 2021 report, that Georgetown is listed as one of 9 cities that will be underwater by 2030, a mere 8 years from now. Despite this dire prediction, sir, we see a budget presented where over 80% of the infrastructure and agricultural development dollars are projected to be spent on the coast. Mr. Speaker, the PPPC's budget, sir, has given scant regard to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. It is very clear that the PPP has no interest in ending poverty, in ending hunger, in achieving food security, in ensuring that all Guyanese have access to primary and secondary education. All you have to do, sir, is follow the money, and you will see that the budget is not geared towards making any real and lasting positive impact in ensuring Guyana's human development. Mr. Speaker, former President David Granger cautioned that Guyana cannot become one nation if gross disparities persist between the hinterland and the coastland, between the educated few and the semi-literate masses, and between the very rich and the very poor. It cannot become one nation, Mr. Speaker. The PPPC continues to give lip service to the creation of one Guyana whilst promulgating policies and programs and presenting a budget that widens the gap between the rich and the poor, between the hinterland and the coastland, and between the educated and the uneducated. Mr. Speaker, I note that the title of the budget is Steadfast Against All Challenges, resolute in building our one Guyana, Mr. Speaker. Our qualifies one, which means we are talking about the one Guyana according to the PPPC administration. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, Mr. Speaker, the PPPC has demonstrated their inability to even keep their own promises. Mr. Speaker, where is the free education that they promised in the manifesto? Where is the 50% increase of public servants? Where is the 50,000 jobs according to your Post manifesto? Where are the sugar estates that you have reopened? Where are the targeted cash transfers to Guyanese, particularly the elderly, the children, the poor, and the other vulnerable groups? Where are the promises in your manifesto? Why don't we see them reflected in this budget in any tangible way? You promised in your manifesto an increase of the old age pension to $40,000 per month. We just showed you how you could achieve that with the minutest of reallocation. But the fact is that you don't care. What happened to the duty-free zones? You said that you would compensate fisher folk affected by the oil and gas sector. Where is that compensation? Mr. Speaker, the PPPC administration has already demonstrated to the people of Guyana who they are. A mafia masquerading as a government, focused only on enriching themselves and their friends. But in the end, Mr. Speaker, in the end, we the people, the Guyanese people, must ask ourselves, what country do we want? Will we become a petrostate with weak institutions and wealth concentrated in the hands of a few elites? Or will we become that state that uses the proceeds from our vast resources to invest in our valuable resources, in our people? Mr. Speaker, The UN report on human development in 1990 stated that the people are the real wealth of a nation. And the basic objective of the development is to create an enabling environment for people to enjoy long and healthy, creative lives. So we, the people of Guyana, must understand that we deserve no less. We must ask ourselves, will we continue to cast nets to arrest Guyanese people on trumped-up charges? Or will we create safety nets to buttress against the socio-economic collapse of our country? Mr. Speaker, this disrespectful, discriminatory, and deceitful budget clearly ignores the importance of our people, Mr. Speaker. The truth is, sir, show me what you spend your money behind and I will show you what you value. And this budget proves beyond the shadow of a doubt that the PPPC administration, they simply do not care about the poor and the working class in Guyana. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Our next contributor is the Honorable Minister of Labour, Mr. Joseph Hamilton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know I grew up Triumph Village in the countryside. And I remember my grandmother used to rear a lot of what we call Creole fowl. I think the Jamaicans, they call it yard fowl. What we had the last 35 minutes is fluttering and flattering of a headless Creole fowl. And so,
Honorable Minister, you're imputing something against the Honorable Member, headless Creole fowl. Please, let us keep it honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I am saying, Mr. Speaker, that the opposition represented in this National Assembly, as they will prove to the people of this country the next 5 years, is a barnyard of headless Creole fowls. Headless yard fowls. Mr. Speaker, what we will have the next 5 days is not people addressing this budget. You will have the immoral speak to us about morality. The corrupt speak to us about corruption. Those who are incapable speak about their capacity. That is what we will have, Mr. Speaker, over the next 5 years. Not the budget presented. Every measure they condemn, they are intellectually incapable of putting a measure alongside it before the Guyanese people. Every measure, not airbrains, wild things, things that can be measured. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member just spoke about what we could do. The fact is, 18 months ago, they were in government for 5 years. The Honorable Member spoke about free tuition at the University of Guyana. I dare remind you, Honorable Member, that your political entity over the period raised the University of Guyana tuition fees by 35% over a period of 3 years. So you come to this house and you pontificate about what should be done. You had your opportunity to do that. You squandered it, and that is the reason why you will grow old over there in the seats of the opposition. Mr. Speaker, again, the honorable member spoke about moving the city. 5 years, the major project of this set of people, honorable people over there, was a corrupt, transacted project named the Durban Park, where vagrants reside as I speak to you, Mr. Speaker. All the things that could be done. Mr. Speaker, again, the honorable member addressing foreign relations spoke to the issue of, let me repeat how Guyana was above their weight in the foreign service arena. I dare remind the honorable member, maybe she was not born at that time or young enough, or too young to understand, that during that period you talk about, Guyanese starved and could not get food to eat, basic food items in this country. I am old enough to point that out. So, why do you talk about, Mr. Speaker, she said, the power of diplomacy of Guyana during those years of the so-called power of diplomacy, the citizens of this country could not get food to eat. Mr. Speaker, again, the honorable member spoke about the issue of vision. Oh my God. My God. Vision. Lightning should have struck her down when she used that word over there. The most visionless government we have ever had in the history of this country was 5 years ago. The honorable member spoke about care for the children. Her government took away $1.6 billion from children and utilized it to buy more food for people at the office of the president. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member, the nation must be reminded that this government took away a grant subsidy to elderly people, and she talked about the pension, where it should have gone. When they came into government, they took away this subsidy from the elderly people for water and light, and if that was not bad enough, they added 14% VAT on light bill and water bill. So the nation must be reminded that when you come to this National Assembly, you must be honest. Mr. Speaker, the wannabe opposition leader, Mr. Speaker, wannabe opposition leader is trying to lecture us, this government, about how to govern, and yet they are a spectacle to the nation, incapable of even electing or selecting opposition leader. And you lecture people how to govern. You're incapable of deciding who will lead you. How will you govern a nation? So, Mr. Speaker, you don't know who is in or who is out. They themselves don't even know who is in and who is out. Mr. Speaker, I bring these things to the attention of the nation so that people can recognize when you come to this National Assembly and you seek to criticize government policy, you must be seen in the eyes of the public being able to present yourself as a government in waiting. You are incapable of doing that. Unelectable. Mr. Speaker, so, as as I said when I started, the thing about it, don't matter how. You know, Mr. Speaker, the experience was when you cut off the head of the fowl, it's a lot of flattering and fluttering. But the fowl know that I will die very soon. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member spoke about the issue of training of our people for the new industries. Under this government, APNU AFC government, they reduced TVET training from meager 1,300 people a year at the Board of Industrial Training. Meager, because when the PP was in government, it was in the thousands, and we have returned there again. So you come here and you talk about training. You had 5 years to train. Who did you train? Mr. Speaker, I was in Kokwani, where we had 100 and odd persons in Kokwani trained in TVET, and they testified that it was the first time a graduation ceremony ever happened in the town of Kokwani. Mr. Speaker, let them again 152 persons from Latam and different regions being trained in all different technical disciplines. Again, Mr. Speaker, they testified that it was the first time a graduation of this sort was happening in Region 9 in Latam, thanks to the People's Progressive Party Civic Government. Mr. Speaker, just in our full year in 2021, we increased training at the Board of Industrial Training by over 100%. Mr. Speaker, secondly, Mr. Speaker, today, every region in this country, you have a technical officer that supervises TVET training. As indicated, yes, for the first time, I am dealing with your 5 years of incompetence. Mr. Speaker, on the labor front, we have expanded, and as I speak to you, first time in the history of this country, every region except for Region 8, a Ministry of Labor department exists. And you care so much about workers' rights and paying attention to workers. Mr. Speaker, the irony is that when they're in opposition, they become bright people. But when they're in government, they are the dullest of the dull. That is what is happening here. Suddenly they're bright like light. And when they were in government, the evidence suggests it was blackout. Mr. Speaker, look, Mr. Speaker, let me give you one testimony of a young woman, one of many, Karawab on the Pomeroon River. Listen to what a young lady had to say about training. Mr. Speaker, today, my name is Iona Courtman. Throughout my 19 years of life, I've never done anything that made me develop extreme dedication until the Ministry of Labor Board of Industrial Training Program came to Karawab in the Pomeroon River. Throughout the 4 months, when it was time for class, I would wake up early, before the sunrise, do my chores, knit up my uniform, and paddle in my canoe boat for 20 minutes to the training location. Today, I am no longer a trainee. I am so grateful for the knowledge I have received. And to top it off, we were not pushed aside after the training ended. My classmates and I were privileged to have the Minister of Labor, Joseph Hamilton, taking time out to come to Karawab and to witness what we have done. Mr. Speaker, what these 11 young people did for their community after training. 9 ladies and 2 men. 11 young persons for the community of Karawab were able to develop a skill set in the installation of maintenance of solar system. Our community building 60 by 40 equipped with electricity for the first time on a full-time basis. It allows for charging of cell phones, using of the community building for concerts and other related activities. Also, the power can be used to facilitate further training programs such as garment construction and electrification installation and others. Installation of solar lights at the entrance of the health center, school compound, and the cell phone signal spot so that persons can traverse in the night with less fear for reptiles. Mr. Speaker, this is one testimony of what the People's Progressive Party Civic we have done. Mr. Speaker, the Board of Industrial Training, as I said, we started with this failed government, average 1,300 persons being trained mostly on the coastline. Today, in every region and sub-region, the Board of Industrial Training executes technical and vocational training for the citizens of this country. In 2021, 3,086 persons were trained. So when the honorable member speaks to the issue about training, we are far ahead of you. Far ahead, way ahead of you. You know now you know. Under your tenure, we were an oil-producing nation, and you didn't train one scintilla of anybody to participate in oil and gas. And now you come and you tell us about what kind of training we must do. Mr. Speaker, under your stewardship, no, we want you to do some community service for the money you spent. Community service, Honorable Member Ailey. We wouldn't take it back. Community service. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the UPNO AFC government, we had, as a nation, all production offshore. And this government never saw it fit to train occupation and safety and health officers so that they can go and review the operations of the FPSO. I could recall other people went on the FPSOs to hit a champagne bottle. Most importantly, so they were nowhere aware how the Guyanese people working in the oil and gas sector offshore, how their health and safety is protected. I can report to this National Assembly, again for the first time, Madam Ailey, the first time an OSH officer was able to grace the presence of an FPSO in the Atlantic was under the stewardship of the People's Progressive Party. First time. Mr. Speaker, first time again. 2021. First time. 14 technical officers of the OSH department were trained at the highest technical level and certified as ISO 45001 lead auditors so that they can do inspection whether in oil and gas or any place else. That is the record. What have you done? Oil and gas came under your tenure. 2015. You never thought it important. You never thought it important. Oh boy. Somebody just wake up. Mr. Speaker, importantly, Mr. Speaker, under the APNO AFC government, they never recognized, Mr. Speaker, that it was important to place on ships that come into this country visitation of occupation, safety, and health officers and labor officers. They never thought it important. And more so, when the honorable member, my colleague, Minister of Public Works, has indicated that because of the dynamic development of this country under the PPP, we have moved from average 9 ships entering the Mara River to 52 per day, per week. And never they thought these things were important. Mr. Speaker, in their last year in government, and the population must know this, 32 persons, Mr. Speaker, lost their lives in job-related accidents. And what they did, all they did was a lot of commission of inquiry, nothing to remedy the problem. I can report to this nation that the first year under the People's Progressive Party civic government, Mr. Speaker, the employment deaths in workplaces, it has decreased by 16% in the first year of the People's Progressive Party. That is the record. I know. Sometime in this debate, a couple of days from now, honorable member, General Secretary of the Guyana Teachers Union will speak, and she will pontificate about labor relations. But Mr. Speaker, the record suggests that all the conversation she will give us about what should be done, the only thing that has happened so far as regards our tenure is misadvising the teachers to strike. That's the only misadvising. Mr. Speaker, labor relations. Labor relations, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you're aware, very much aware about these matters I speak to. Mr. Speaker, we dealt with matters that were languishing under the APNU AFC government. Justice for workers, because Honorable Member Coretta MacDonald will come and talk about how they care about workers. Matters that were languishing there since 2016 that they failed to pay attention to. Mr. Speaker, I can report that the first time and the first year of the People's Progressive Party civic government, we were able to recoup over $38 million for workers that were owed by him. That is a record. Mr. Speaker, again, and labor relations. Mr. Speaker, when we came to office, there were several collective labor agreements languishing out there to be concluded. Workers were suffering. What did they do? NOTHING. Mr. Speaker, the record is 22 collective labor agreements we were able to broker and mediate in the first year of the People's Progressive Party. Many of them languishing since 2015. That is a record. Conciliation, the record speaks to 2015. Mr. Speaker, conciliation, 19 in one instance, Mr. Speaker. The Demerara Timbers Limited refused to even sit at the same table with GAU under this government, under the APNU government. I'm pointing. You have to pay attention. You have to pay attention. Mr. Speaker, and I say this, I will say this for the Guyanese people so they understand, and I hope the Minister of Finance and the Commissioner General pays attention to what I'm about to say. The APNU AFC government colluded. The APNU AFC government colluded with expatriate companies to ensure tax evasion by workers. This is a serious allegation. I have the evidence. They deliberately colluded with foreign governments to ensure that workers did not pay taxes and overtime. Because, as they see it, Mr. Speaker, as they saw it, Mr. Speaker, if they do that, the people would not see they're working for a lot of money. The evidence, you want the evidence? Call it, I'll bring the evidence. Mr. Speaker, 930 persons were trained, Mr. Speaker, in labor laws and regulations. Mr. Speaker, we closed 837 complaints, many of them languishing under the previous government. And you know what is to note? In the APNU AFC tenure, you know they had 4 labor ministers. One a year that did nothing. 4 labor ministers and all these things they could not do. Mr. Speaker, honorable member, they know the ministers. Mr. Speaker, the evidence always speaks for itself. Not the fluttering and fluttering. Evidence always speaks for itself. You should ask your good colleague whether they have a minister, the man with the sled program. Ask him, he would know whether they have a minister or not. Mr. Speaker, and let me say this because my time is gone. Mr. Speaker, I am told that the honorable member, Ms. Jarita Finance, will be interrogating honorable member Ms. Jarita Finance. She will be interrogating and analyzing the budget of Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh. You know, overnight, I thought about this. How do you move from Frank Hope, Kenneth King, even Carl Greenidge, and you end up at Jarita Finance? Just think about it, honorable member. Most honorable member. Mr. Speaker, that is the reason why when I started, I made the point that what you have in the opposition is a barnyard of headless yard fowls. Degeneration. Frank Hope, Kenneth King, Carl Greenidge, and Ms. Finance, honorable member. Mr. Speaker, you would know that. Mr. Speaker, as regards the central recruitment and manpower agency of which we have supervision. During the period, the agency registered 1,171 persons who are seeking employment.
You have to seek an extension, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask that the honourable member be given 5 minutes more to conclude his presentation in accordance with the agreement between the two chief whips. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Teixeira. Honorable Minister Labour, you may continue to conclude.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, of those persons who sought job during the period through recruitment and manpower agency, some 731 of those persons, their names were submitted for possible employment placement. Mr. Speaker, 186 persons were placed. Others are awaiting interview, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a total of 1,554 visits were conducted to solicit vacancies for people who seek employment. Mr. Speaker, presently, as indicated by His Excellency the President some time ago, we are about to launch a job bank where all citizens who seek jobs, they can go there, post their credentials. All employers who have vacancies, they can go there and post those vacancies. So that the potential employees and employers, they can have interaction on this platform. Mr. Speaker, that is the record. I suppose none of the four ministers that were employed in the 5 years of the APNU AFC government, they didn't even talk about these things. Nowhere in their contemplation. Mr. Speaker, the fact is, Honorable Member Ramjatat, if you ever thought about it, when Honorable Member Winston Jordan was presenting his budget for 5 years, he would have put it in the budget document. Mr. Speaker, the record, we stand on our record, and nothing you say or do will change that. Every road that will be built will change the lives of Guyanese people. Every farm to market road, it will change the lives of the farmers and their families. Every school that will be built will change the lives of the children of the poor and all Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, every hospital that will be built will ensure that the lives of our people are protected. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member David Patterson, aka Bangles, he will come here and speak about no need for the gas to shore project for electricity. But at the same time, he will not say to us and to the nation, if we don't do that, what else to do? They're always devoid of a recommendation. He will come and he will say, no Amalia. But at the same breath, he will not say, if not Amalia, what else? Because we have to have power. The gentleman will come, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Member, and speak to the fact that the bridge to go over the Namara River is situated at the wrong place. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? After spending unauthorized $300 million, this gentleman, Mr. Speaker, presented to the Guyanese people a 3-lane bridge over the river. First time in history of the world. Mr. Speaker, 3 lanes after spending $300 million. $300 million. Mr. Speaker, yes, it's 100 million. Feasibility I'm talking about here, not building the bridge. Mr. Speaker, every measure, every program, every project presented to the National Assembly and to the people of Guyana will change the lives of the Guyanese people. That is the record of the People's Progressive Party Civic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I want to draw attention to contents of speeches. Standing Order 41, 7 and 8. 7 says, the President's name shall not be used to influence the Assembly. And Standing Order 41-8 says, the conduct of the President or any other person performing the function of President, members of the Assembly and judges, or other persons performing judicial shall not be raised except upon a substantive motion for the purpose. So I will not even ask if His Excellency the President is referred to as head of state or by name, I will immediately stop the person, expunge, and then let them proceed. Our next speaker is the Honorable Member, Mr. Ganesh Mahipur.
Thank you very much, Comrade Speaker. You know, I was advised once not to go down in the gutter with politics, and I have no intentions of doing so as a young member of parliament and politician. And the persons who advised me are sitting on that side of the house, and I trust that they will do so and advise their own members, especially what we just heard. I'm certain that that advice is necessary. So there is a popular statement that says empty barrels make the most noise. And what we had just now was a clueless, noisy minister, completely off topic. But sir, we didn't expect anything better. I heard him talking about the 60s and 70s and talking about how people were hungry during that time. I remind the honorable member, the honorable minister, he was a part of the People's National Congress reform. So he contributed to that if it is true, sir. He contributed to it if it was true. I don't know if it was true, but he was a member, sir. So he ought to know that.
Mr. Speaker,
Sir,
standing order.
sir,
Honorable Minister, first, before standing order, you're proceeding.
40B, Mr. Speaker. I'm correcting the honorable member.
No, you can't stand on a point of correction. You can give someone a
Did
note.
I?
Continue, Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipur.
thank you very much for your good protection, sir. Sir, I also heard the honorable member speaking about training and that there was no consideration by the coalition for training. Let me remind him, sir, that the night school was closed by the PPP. Let me remind him that the Public Service College was closed by the PPP. Let me remind him that the Linden Ambulance Brigade was discontinued by the PPP. So you cannot talk about training and you don't put your evidence here. The coalition has a track record of training young people. The coalition has a track record of providing this country with young leadership. Look on this side of the house, sir. And when you look on that side of the house, tell me what you see. And you will know who really have young people at heart, sir. Sir, I don't wish to continue to labor on the Labour Minister's presentation, which was basically nothing of substance. But I rise on this side of the Honourable House to make my contribution to Budget 2022. But before I do so, permit me the opportunity to thank the many public servants who worked hard and beyond the call of duty to bring Budget 2022 before this Honourable House. It is extremely sad that with the current living standard in this country, no proper mention of public servants was made in this budget. To all public servants, I assure you that with the return of the APNU AFC to government, your interests will be paramount, along with all the hard-working Guyanese who without a doubt are the driving forces of this dear land. We on this side of the Honourable House understand clearly that the direction of this budget is solely that of the PPPC. In their efforts continue to rob our country, and the fact that they have used, abused, and frankly refused to put proper measures in Budget 2022 for the public servants, teachers, doctors, nurses, and our disciplinary service men and women is testimony to the fact of who these people really are. And that simply is because they don't care. Sir, the best words in the English language, which is parliamentary acceptable to describe the 5 hours and 15 minutes presentation of the senior minister within the office of the president with responsibilities for finance is fake love. The Honorable Ashley Singh has demonstrated to all Guyanese that he is nothing more than a flim-flammer. He has succeeded in his task given to him by the installed regime to swindle the people into a public deception scheme crafted to only loot the public purse for political monopoly over a projected rise in an infant petroleum economy. Sad is the state of our country. Many ordinary Guyanese were glued to their television sets, smartphones, radios, and other electronic devices, anticipating consideration in this budget because they knew that this regime was going to bleed the Natural Resource Fund account. The suffering of ordinary Guyanese because of prohibitive cost of living and lack of proper consideration by this installed regime is not a surprise to my colleagues and I, but the ordinary people of Guyana thought things would have been brighter for them. Guyana deserved a budget that should have catered and charted a course for all Guyanese out of the poverty that the installed regime bestowed upon us. Instead, we had a 5 hour and 15 minutes of political rhetoric and rambling trying to bamboozle Guyanese by selective highlights, but holistically committing the Guyanese people to a life of additional toil, while the PPP lackeys divide our national patrimony in their continued fleecing of our natural resource and the public purse to enrich themselves, families, and friends. The installed regime is all about making the rich richer and the poor poorer. Sir, I am ashamed to even repeat what is in this budget for our ordinary, hard-working Guyanese. Worse is what is in it for the persons who worked hard and are expected to live comfortably in their senior years. Comrade Speaker, had this installed regime respected the Constitution and honored the words enshrined in Article 13, we as a country would not have been in this misery we find ourselves in today. Sir, Article 13 speaks about consultation, and consultation is the bedrock and hallmark of all civilized societies where true democracy is practiced, respected, and honored. The installed regime continues to fake love us by talking about one Guyana. But how can they talk about one Guyana when there is a complete refusal from the head to the tail of this installed set of people to just simply consult? Again, sir, I will put the blame squarely at the feet of the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, Anil Nandalal, for it is he who has professed on many occasions to be the guardian of our Constitution. I must say to the goodly Attorney General that to sit and allow this breach of our Constitution and say nothing is saying something. You must denounce things you are against, or one may believe that you support things you really do not. Sir, the regional democratic councils consist of elected officials, elected by the people, for the people, and the budget circular, which emanated out of the Ministry of Finance under the hands of the Finance Secretary, spoke to the need for an established committee consisting of the elected officials so that the proposals from the respective regions would be that of the people and not the dictatorial arrangement that was allowed by the head of the installed regime, the minister with responsibilities for finance, the finance secretary, and the permanent secretary of local government and regional development. Comrade Speaker, the creatures of the RDC councils received the budget circular on July 31st, 2021, and clear guidelines were documented in that circular. In any good governance system, where the words from the lips of the people who are in borrowed robes are one Guyana, the expectation would have been for these creatures to notify their respective elected councils and immediately switch into consultation mode to capture the requests of the people of this country. Sir, time constraints understandably imposed on me will not permit me to detail the disrespect and dictatorship which occurred at all the RDCs. But allow me to tell you what happened in region number 4, Demerara-Mahaica region. The region which is home to almost half of Guyana's population. Notwithstanding the regional executive officer in the name of Donald Gadraj, who is the creature of the elected council, receiving the budget circular since July, he never informed the RDC council up until a letter was written to him by the regional chairman in September. The REO created and proposed the Region 4 budget completely outside of the knowledge of the elected councils of that region. To this day, the chairman and councillors do not know and was never a part of the proposal from the region. Is that not a clear definition of dictatorship, Comrade Speaker? But the story gets uglier, sir. The chairman of Region 4 wrote to the Permanent Secretary and Senior Minister of Local Government and Regional Development, the Finance Secretary and Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibilities for finance, and also the President of this country, countless letters in the months of September, October, November, December, and even January of 2022. And sir, I have all the documents here, all the letters that were written, and I will submit it to the National Assembly because I'm making reference to them.
Honorable members, there's an issue with that. If you can show me the delivery note too, that you're saying these letters were delivered, because anybody could pick up and make a copy, have the copy signed and say, this is their copy.
So I have the signed copies, and I also have the document that shows that it was signed received.
Oh, great, great. Thank
so
you.
We have
I'll
our
give you back
covered,
your 30
sir.
seconds.
Sir, the chairman expressed his disgust and that of the council's disgust with the manner in which Budget 2022 was prepared and the dictatorial and direct breach of the clear instructions as set out in Budget Circular. The chairman of Region 4 attended a meeting with the Director of Budget where he expressed similar sentiments in the presence of the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, the Finance Secretary, and other political appointees of this cabal, but to this day, not one of his concerns were addressed. But yet, this regime stands up with a clear and fake clean face and talk about one Guyana. Comrade Speaker, I must ask these people, honorable of course, in keeping with the standing orders, but I hope God will forgive me for calling them that, because their actions, sir, are definitely not honorable. How do you sleep at nights? How do you walk with a straight face and function as though you are religiously correct? How do you with a straight face speak about one Guyana and your actions are focused on more than one Guyana? Comrade Speaker, in my eyes, this is hypocrisy and duplicity at its best. Comrade Speaker, as if the act to show their dislike and disrespect for local democracy by that behavior is not enough, let me tell you some more. The very senior minister within the office of the president with responsibilities for finance announced in November of 2021 an across-the-board salary increase of 7% retroactive January 1, 2021. Every elected official in this house, including yourself, sir, received that increase. Of course, our salary on this side of the house is just a quarter to that of my friends on that side of the house. So outside of all the freeness they enjoy, they also took home a substantial increase in 2021, while majority of Guyana got chicken feed pittance. Public servants, doctors, nurses, our disciplinary service men and women, they simply did not feel it like how you felt it on that side of the house. Sir, the chairpersons and vice chairpersons of the RDCs, mayors and deputy mayors of municipalities are full-time officers in accordance with the laws of this country, Chapter 2809. They are also subject to the inflated cost of living, and they don't enjoy half the benefits like what my friends on that side of the house gets. Their salaries are ridiculously small, but they, notwithstanding being full-time officers, according to the law, did not receive the 7% retroactive January 1, 2021. So how was it an across-the-board salary increase? We were elected by the people. We as members of parliament, we were elected by the people. We received the 7% salary increase. They were also elected by the people, and they are full-time officers of their respective organizations. Why is it that they cannot receive the 7% salary increase retroactive from January 1, 2021? Sir, they are full-time officers, and I hope that the Honorable Minister with responsibilities for finance will correct this error and make it right the next time, should there be. Sir, as if that is not enough to justify this regime's hatred for local democracy, let me tell you some more. The laws of this country, Chapter 2802, Section 28, and the Local Authorities Election Amendment Act of 2018, Act number 10 of 2018, specify that by the 16th of December every year, elections must be held to elect from among the councillors of NDCs and municipalities a chairperson, vice chairperson, mayor, and deputy mayors. Every year, by law, this must happen. Last year, it did not happen. Honorable Anil Nandalal, don't you believe it is time for you to resign, sir? Don't you believe you have failed the people of this country as Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs? Sir, it is him who I must blame, because it is he who must guide. Or is it just that they do not take guidance from you, Comrade Nandalal? Is it that the ministers of local government and regional development, is it that they are intellectually circumcised to the point where they don't understand your guidance? Or is it you, Honorable AG, that does not have the testicular fortitude and intellectual aptitude to boldly speak out and speak up at cabinet meetings? Is that how dunce they are? Comrade Speaker, let us now look at the allocations in this troubled budget for the regional democratic councils. To further solidify my point about this double standard regime, the public must know the facts. For Region 1, a PPP-controlled region, the allocation to the RDC under line item 6211 increased from 45 million in 2021 to 53 million in 2022. For region number 2, another PPP-controlled region, from 16 million to 20 million. Region number 3, another PPP-controlled region, from 12 million to 14 million. Region 4, the most populated region in this country, with almost half of the country's population, was allocated a decrease from their last year number, from 21 million to 18 million dollars. This is what the One Guyana is all about, Comrade Speaker. Punishing the region with the most populated and restricting the ability of the elected council of Region 4 will achieve us that One Guyana, Comrade Speaker. Sir, you corrected us in this house on many occasions not to say the word shame or to not cry shame. But I don't know what else to say about this wicked move. Perhaps disgraceful is a good word, but I'm subject to your guidance, Comrade Speaker. Allow me, sir, to now remind this regime of Article 148 of our Constitution, and it reads, except with his or her own consent, no person shall be hindered in the enjoyment of his or her freedom of assembly, association, and freedom to demonstrate peacefully. That to say, his or her right to assemble freely, to demonstrate peacefully, and to associate with other persons, and in particular, to form or belong to political parties, trade unions, or other associations for the protection of his or her interests. That is what the law of this country says, sir. But ostracizing the people of this country, who in keeping with the Constitution of Guyana, decided to express their right not to associate themselves with the PPP, is the definition of working towards One Guyana in the eyes of the People's Progressive Party. Sir, I cannot say shame. I cannot say that. It is your guidance, but I don't know what else to say. I really don't.
You actually said the word twice, and I'm asking it to be expunged, and be careful, because if you go one more time, I'll have to use guillotine.
Thank you, Comrade. You know I always salute your guidance.
But you just disobeyed it.
Double standard, dictatorial, devious, diabolical, dangerous, and because they don't care is what is fitting to describe, in accordance with parliamentary acceptable terms, this regime's behavior towards the people of this country. Sir, outside of this honorable house, I will use some more colorful words, and if we should ever meet, you will hear them. Sir, Article 71 to 78 of our Constitution speaks to local democracy and the importance of local democratic organs. NDCs and municipalities are elected by the people in their respective communities, and basic services are provided to communities from these authorities. Sir, under Agency 13, Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, Program 134, Local Government Development, line item 6312, Subvention to Local Authorities, the figure has moved from $207,894,000 to $0 in 2022. I did take note of the fact that capital subvention has increased from 551 million to 714 million. But the practice over the last years was one of dictatorship, where the NDCs were instructed to spend their subventions on streetlights and crush and run. It was like a racket, sir. One of the streetlights costed the taxpayers $35,000 in total, and your cell phone light is brighter than the light that was erected. We are talking about One Guyana, sir. A Guyana where the installed cabal violates the Constitution victimizes the elected officials of the RDCs, NDCs, and municipalities, and vilifies the people who stand up against their notorious behavior. That is the one Guyana this regime is talking about. What we have is a local government agenda that is in reverse. There is no provision in the budget that the senior minister in the office of the president with responsibilities for finance who spent more than 5 hours presenting for strengthening local governance and local government. Absolutely no proper consideration. No money for local government elections. Note, sir, whenever the PPP is in government, they have a strong track record of denying Guyanese their right to local governance. There is no money to support LDO's development. A lot for infrastructure, but there is zero for strengthening the system of local government that will alleviate the need for episodic stunts like the current cleanup gimmick unfolding in our communities. Comrade Speaker, condemning this regime's behavior is absolutely necessary, for I cannot, as a right-thinking Guyanese, allow my country to fall to the wayside without a fight. But equally so, I must let my hard-working Guyanese population know of what are our recommendations to this hard-ears bunch of dictators. In the fastest growing economy in the world, we in the AP&U AFC are calling on the installed regime to increase income tax threshold to anywhere between $100,000 to $125,000 now. Having it at a meager $75,000 is a because we don't care approach. The poor and the vulnerable are the ones that must be considered in budget 2022. Better assistance to our senior citizens who toiled in the soil for a Guyana in which we live today must also be properly catered for. And to this end, we call on the regime to increase old age pension immediately to anywhere between $35,000 to $50,000 now. Increase the public assistance for the vulnerable to $40,000 now. We got aisle money, use it wisely. Guyana must, sir, Guyana must be lifted out of the nightmare it is currently in, and putting the resources where it is badly needed must be a priority. Enhancement of all the technical and vocational training centers across the country is desperately needed. Our vulnerable young people must be catered for, and in doing so, we call on the regime to invest heavily in technical education and the technical institutions of this country. Respect the local democratic organs. Stop the dictatorial communication via WhatsApp and allow the elected officials to function, Comrade Nigel Dharamlal. Allow the NDCs to spend their subvention on what the communities need and not what the two zealot ministers believe it should be spent on. Comrade Speaker, this budget has a great focus on agriculture and infrastructure, which is good on paper, but the corruption that faces these two sectors will cause you to cry. A number of farmers, Honorable Zulfikar, are still awaiting their cash grant relief in the public works, and I gave you a name already. Honorable Zulfikar Mustafa, I gave you a name that you have not addressed to this day. In the public works arena, word on the ground is that the drawback is high. The drawback is high, Honorable Indar. The people whose bread are well buttered are the ones who will praise this budget. The people who don't have to worry as to where their next meal is coming from, they will praise this budget. The people who have drivers and drive around this country on fuel paid for by taxpayers will praise this budget. The people who have their own personal security will praise this budget. The people who don't have to buy a $500 phone card or line up at a bus park awaiting public transportation in this COVID pandemic, they will praise this budget. Show me where is it in this budget? Consideration, and I dare say meaningful consideration was given to the poor and vulnerable. Comrade Speaker, local government election is overdue. It is a constitutional requirement. Was there any mention of local government elections in this budget presentation? To my recollection, the answer is a resounding no. This regime is not focused on upholding and ensuring the holding of local government elections. And the only reason is because they are afraid of the APNU-AFC coalition. If anyone wishes to get an A grade in the course PLT 111, Public Legal Thievery, all you have to do is go down to Robb Street, the building just before Wellington Street, painted in red, yellow, and black on your left-hand side, and ask for a membership card. And if you should ever get lost, just ask the people around there, where is the home of the Natural Resource Fund thieves? You will be pointed in the right direction. If this regime really and truly wanted to consider the ordinary Guyanese people, they would increase the income tax threshold, decrease the income tax rate to the recommended numbers I alluded to earlier. Tell the public what is the salary increases for public servants, and not stand for over 5 hours and tell us about your pathway to corruption. It was noticeably that the finance minister stayed clear of recognizing the significant growth and development which occurred under the APNU-AFC without oil resource, which may be the reason why this regime now created a budget to increase corruption. This budget has no comprehensive plan for COVID-19 and has the most inefficient measure of benefiting the ordinary Guyanese.
Honorable member, to benefit you, we'll need an extension.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation.
Thank you very much, honorable member. You may continue to conclude.
Thank you. Sir, this budget has no comprehensive plan for COVID-19 and has the most inefficient measure of benefiting the ordinary Guyanese. We have right now a government of mendicants, where the cronies are doing well and the ordinary people are facing hell. On paper, the main opposition in this house represent half of the country's population. And on the ground, support for the coalition is increasing exponentially. And it is shameful that no consultation was held with the political movement which currently represents the majority. The people of this country are yearning for the return of the coalition to office. And I say to them, here and now, hold your faith, hold the line of battle, comrades. Joy comes to us in the morning, for an election will come again. And what the PPPC did in the March 2nd, 2020 elections will never reoccur again in this country. Never again will there be 49 ballot boxes with votes for a political party and no documentation to verify the legitimacy of those votes. Never again will there be people who migrated and did not return to our country on election day but voted. Never again will dead people...
Honorable members, I think you need to provide a proof of that. And as I caution the Honorable Member Senior Counsel, who last year said he was going to provide the evidence, I'm still waiting on it. So I'm going to ask you to withdraw that.
Thank you, sir. I will happily provide the evidence as found in the National Recount Center, which I took part in, and I was a counting agent. There were a lot of evidence gathered, and I promise you, sir, I honestly cannot remember you asking me for it last year.
I didn't say I asked you. I said the honorable member Royce Ford, Senior Counsel.
Sir, I will endeavor to provide to you, sir, the statements of recount and the updated report that was sent to GCOM, which I know my political party has a copy on. But I wish to say, sir, if I may continue with your blessings,
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
that never again will we have to go through that kind of period, because there will be corrective measures. And this APNU AFC takes the opportunity to call on the installed regime to join with us and let us have a clean voters list where the will of the people will be exercised. And I have no doubt, absolutely no doubt, that after the next elections, we will be sitting on that side of the house with a majority, and they will be sitting on this side of the house where they rightfully belong. I thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Mr. Ganesh Mahipal. Honorable members, I think this is a good time to take the suspension for 1 hour. Let us return at 1:15.
We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it, we have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, Cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when night. Though we may criticize.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated. I now call on the honorable member, the honorable minister, Anand Prasad, to make his contribution.
I rise, Mr. Speaker, to make my contribution to the debate on Budget 2022, which was presented to this National Assembly under the theme, Steadfast Against All Challenges, Resolute in Building Our One Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I want to join with my colleagues in offering congratulations to the Senior Minister with responsibility for finance in the Office of the President, Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh, and his team for an excellent job done in presenting another historic budget to this House. This is by far the largest budget presented by the People's Progressive Party civic government to date. The budget, which totals $552.9 billion, is geared at tackling the transformation of our economy while continuing the growth and development of our citizens. The budget is also geared at creating wealth while leading to tremendous improvements in the livelihoods and standards of living for all Guyanese. It aims to restore the confidence in our economy through this government's massive investment in our infrastructure, health, education, tourism, agriculture, security, housing, and other sectors. Budget 2022 is fresh, innovative, and bold in its focus. It is a people-centered and community-oriented. Mr. Speaker, I need to rebuff the Honorable Member Ganesh Bahaipal, who has no moral authority to come to this House to lecture us on accountability and transparency. It was you, the Honorable Member, who misused funds from the young people at the University of Guyana. And you come to this Honorable House to lecture to us about accountability and transparency. With regards to the flood relief cash grant, let me say that thousands of farmers throughout this country who received their flood relief cash grant are all happy because today they would have been bankrupt. And I know that when my cabinet colleague, the Minister of Agriculture, when his term comes to speak, he will address that issue comprehensively. Regarding the elections in the local authorities, it was the APNU AFC government. It was the APNU AFC government, Honorable Member. Recall what happened on 2nd of March 2022? Well, let me say to you, sir, when the Elections Commission is properly constituted and they inform us, elections will be held. You spoke about caring for young people. You spoke about APNU AFC caring for young people. What you should have said is what the APNU AFC government did with 1,972 CSOs You all fired those poor Amerindian people. We have restored that. With regards to this budget, let me say to you, honorable member, that every public servant will benefit from 2022 historical budget. And I want to touch now on the regional chairman of Region 4. And you said he wrote many letters. And I know since the 26th of January, you all have had problems with 3 letters. And that will haunt the AFC government and APNU for the rest of your lives. Not very many of you long from now will be in this house. Those letters are NRF. And believe you me, none of you will get a chance to touch those monies. Those monies belong to the people of this country, and they will benefit from it. Mr. Speaker, I am sure the opposition APNU AFC parliamentarians are taking notes this afternoon from the sterling presentation of this government on how to devise a budget with good policies and plans for tomorrow, today. We on this side of the House believe that our future begins now, today. The opposition, APNU AFC, must be ashamed of themselves when they see what is real growth and development that would take place right before their eyes. They were in office for close to 2.5 years and could not understand the job they were mandated to do. They spend the valuable time playing nasty politics, stealing from the treasury to enrich themselves, and instituting taxes on the poorest of the poor people of this country. When Guyanese thought that Granger administration had some amount of shame and pride left, they attempted to steal the elections. They attempted to steal the elections through the individuals which are now before the courts. Guyanese said never again on March 2nd and elected this government, the PPPC government, to office. As seen in Budget 2022, we understood the assignment given by the Guyanese public, and in just short 18 months, Guyana is on the move once again. Here are some of the measures that will be implemented this year. Increase in the tax threshold from $65,000 to $75,000. Putting back over $1.3 billion in the hands of the ordinary Guyanese people. Pensioners are to receive an increase from $25,000 to $28,000, in addition to the electricity and water subsidies which they are going to continue to benefit from. This is, of course, in addition to the one-off cash grant of $25,000 which they already received. This move will inject more than $2.3 billion in the hands of the pensioners. Mr. Speaker, the APNU AFC barely acknowledge our pensioners while they were in office, giving them a partial, meager sum and taking away the subsidies. School children will benefit from an increase, as we promised, in the uniform allowance, which is now 5,000, and because we care cash grant, which will now be $25,000, up from $15,000. This is an injection of $2 billion, Mr. Speaker. Not to mention the reduced taxes on freight, VAT, and machinery. Parity in the tax treatment for local content, low-income mortgages, loan ceiling. Increasing the monthly public assistance payment from $12,000 to $14,000, benefiting 18,000 persons and providing an additional $432 million in disposable income to these individuals. Farmers market at the East Bank of Berbice, East Bank of Demerara, East Coast of Demerara, West Coast of Demerara, and Georgetown will be held. Supporting dialysis patients, 600,000 per patient per year. Supporting and insensitizing the banking system, $5 billion in cost of living support, and the list goes on. Mr. Speaker, this is purposeful spending. This move is called prudent financial management, not like what the APNU AFC coalition did in office by buying a few gold bracelets and gifts for their ministers while throwing a few crumbs to the people. Everyone will benefit from our spending. It is our intention, Mr. Speaker, to build a rich country with rich people. We are striving to live an even better and progressive life under this government. The opposition APNU AFC cannot admit, but it shall pay for it sooner or later. This, like I said earlier, is a purposeful budget. Mr. Speaker, coming closer to home, this year we have made an allotment of $5 billion to be spent on community infrastructure improvement project that will be launched in 2022. Mr. Speaker, $740 million is budgeted this year for ensuring that all LDOs receive their grants from the government. But they will have to manage their resources prudently and transparently. They must be accountable for every dollar spent, thereby improving services to our people. This year, we are sending a strong message to all underperforming NDCs and municipalities, including the Georgetown Mayor and City Council. You either shape up or face the stringent consequences. NDCs and municipalities can no longer afford to play with our people's livelihoods at the community level. NDCs must ensure their environment is kept clean and there is not a buildup of solid waste. Mr. Speaker, this government is open to working with you and teaming up for the purpose of keeping our town councils, communities, and the cleaning of areas throughout Guyana started with His Excellency's cleanup initiative. Mr. Speaker, I am calling on the Mayor to end his playing of politics at the council in Georgetown. The City Council is in that state because of countless PNC, APNU, AFC mayors having undermining the bond that existed with central government. They are begging for more money and resources when they have not shown their testicular ability to manage the funds they get from the residents in Georgetown. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying the city rakes in more than $2 billion annually. Where is the money going? Because we are assisting, and when I say we, the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, assisting the city with the maintenance of roads and bridges, as well as drainage and irrigation. They are squandering the residents' money. The mayor should not become trigger happy, but should be focused on pulling the trigger in the council. Stop procrastinating, Mr. Mayor, and get the job done. Last year,
Honorable Minister, the mayor is not here to defend himself, so we'll have to expunge that part. And if you're going to refer to other persons who are not here to defend themselves, I will ask you refrain.
Mr. Speaker, last year, the People's Progressive Party Civic Administration spent $779.6 million on the Georgetown enhancement, cleaning, and sprucing up of the capital. In 2022, $399.5 million will be spent to continue this enhancement project. This is direct assistance from the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development. Mr. Speaker, this year, $28 million will be spent on the Monrepo Market Phase 2 after spending approximately $33.5 million in 2021. Similarly, rehabilitation to the Parika market will continue this year with the aim of completing this multi-phase project in order to have a modern commercial and sanitary facility. Mr. Speaker, additionally, we will continue to support the upgrading and enhancement of the famous and popular Parika and Monrepo Markets Phase 2 and 3 at a cost of $250 million. Markets will expand commercial access for farmers and easy access and convenience for residents, thereby creating greater income and employment for thousands of youths and adults. The residents, vendors, and customers stand to benefit from the marked improvement occurring at the marketplace. We will create jobs while fixing our problems. Unlike the APNU AFC that lock themselves away behind closed doors and live like fat cats. This demonstrates our purposeful spending that will benefit the customers, the consumers, as stipulated in our manifesto. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 has also catered for the construction of the access road to Blairmont Waste Management Facility, Phase 1 at a cost of $135.2 million. Mr. Speaker, this year we will see the rehabilitation of Rosal Municipal Landfill Access Road at a cost of $55 million. We will upgrade the existing disposal landfill sites at Corriverton, Number Knot, St. Ignatius, Ishalton, Matthews Ridge, Legwan, and Wakenham. This comes at a cost of approximately $90 million. Residents will see new landfill sites at Mabaruma, Kakwani, and Madia for the very first time. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali-led PPPC administration has accomplished far more in enhancing the quality of life for the people at the local and regional levels than the previous regime. The benefits will have a binding effect on the APNU AFC politicians, providing services that matter. Mr. Speaker, the PPPC administration does not discriminate when it comes to our people on the basis of political, social, religious, race, and gender. This is for all Guyana to benefit. Mr. Speaker, some projects that will commence in Region 10 are as follows. Rehabilitation of bridge at Sand Hill, Burbis River. Construction of First Street Road, South Amelia's Ward. Upgrading of Fairweather Road at Oredock, Retrieve, and Ituni Crossman Avenue. Upgrading of Wisma Hill, Four Corner Entrance. Completion of Amila's Ward Bamia Primary Schools. Construction and extension of Hururu and Moritaro Health Centers. Construction of a health post at Falls Mount, and the list goes on and on. Mr. Speaker, the APNO AFC is trying to pull wool, maybe pig skin, over the eyes of the Guyanese with the banter that the budget is not going to transform their lives. I call it how I see it. I call it bluffing because from their presentations so far, I have seen and heard, they could not have read the budget and comprehended the language. They're coming here to kerfuffle us with sheer ignorance, deceitfulness, and political buffoonery. Mr. Speaker, this year the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development will be working assiduously to foster strong local and regional interest in one Guyana. The PPPC administration will foster the process of community participation in all of our projects, so the lives of thousands of our communities will be improved. We want to build stronger communities and safer homes, recognizing that the health of our people, which is our wealth, Budget 2022 responds. At Region 9, as an example, we will see complete rehabilitation of Ishalton Hospital maternal wards, complete rehabilitation of Anai Hospital, and the rehabilitation of Achiwib, Rukumota, Parabara, and Karasabai health posts. This is occurring in each administrative region that will be transformed at a rapid pace, and this People's Progressive Party civic government is spearheading the effort and putting the pieces together that the APNU AFC failed to address while they were in their slumber in office. Mr. Speaker, the APNU AFC opposition had 2.5 years to recognize that their communities are not like a buffet where you could go and pick and choose. Turning the focus to our children, education is seen as lasting and more valuable, and we recognize that a child cannot learn on a hungry stomach. Mr. Speaker, this paves the way for the school feeding initiative because silver and gold may vanish away, but a sound education will never decay. I want to make mention to David that his bracelet will vanish away. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development in Budget 2022 will assist with the rehabilitation of Bushlot Secondary School, the extension of Waterloo Nursery School, and Rosignol, Blairmont, and number 8 primary schools. We will focus our attention on the extension of Linden Foundation Secondary and Moritaro Primary. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development will continue to focus on capacity building in each LDO and municipalities. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 has won the support of stakeholders inclusive of GMSA, the Private Sector Commission, FITUG, the Guyana Oil and Gas Energy Chamber, and many others are coming on board to support. This is a progressive budget that will see the development of an equitable society for all Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, I consider it a privilege and honor to serve in a government that connects with the people's hearts and continue to strive in delivering and strengthening the services provided at local and regional levels. Mr. Speaker, the PPPC administration boldly urges the opposition to wake up and don't be left behind. They are already fighting and bickering amongst themselves for jobs and posts. One honorable member was forced to give up the opposition leader post in shame and with a lowered head. The honorable member was dehumanized.
Honorable member, I will expunge shame.
The honorable member was dehumanized, punished, and surrendered after a long, hard fight. You see, Mr. Speaker, the race is not for the swift or fast, but for those who can endure it to the end. So I have to compel and reason with you. Just join us and support Budget 2022, which is a remarkable piece of fiscal policy that will change Guyana's future. Mr. Speaker, I'm optimistic that good sense will prevail and Budget 2022 will become a reality. On January 26th, it was a peaceful day, a progressive day, and this is a prosperous budget. And I commend it to this honorable House, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for that efficiency and effectiveness in the use of your allocated time. Our next speaker is the honorable member, Mr. Sherwin Holder.
Mr. Speaker, today I wear a black ribbon to mourn the death of democracy and good governance in Guyana. When you have a government that refuses to consult on what would be our first oil budget, when you take into account that the PPP gave the parliamentary opposition only 2 working days to scrutinize the biggest budget in the history of our country, then we can confirm that democracy and good governance is dead in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, a budget is supposed to inform the nation of the government's plan in relation to the income and expenditure and how their lives would be affected. After listening to the Honorable Minister, Anand Prasad's incoherent presentation, I conclude that we are in a very, very bad place as a nation. Clearly, he lacks the ability and competence to be a minister of government. Mr. Speaker, today I stand to explain to this nation the APNU AFC coalition vision for Guyana, and to demonstrate and contrast how the People's Progressive Party fails in that regard. Mr. Speaker, the vision we share is of a Guyana where we are united as a people, we are united as a people with one destiny. A vision where no Guyanese is left behind regardless of race, sex, age, religion, geographical location, or which political party they support. For it is our constitutional right, according to Article 41, which states that every person in Guyana is entitled to the basic right to a happy, creative, and productive life, free from hunger, disease, ignorance, and want. Mr. Speaker, that basic right which our Constitution affords us is not guaranteed in this budget. The biggest budget ever. It is not afforded in this budget. Filled with billions upon billions of oil money. It fails to properly address poverty. And to put the mechanisms in place to eradicate it altogether from the length and breadth of this country in the shortest possible time. Mr. Speaker, Guyana is dubbed as one of the fastest growing economies in the world. The Cooperative Oil Republic of Guyana, with over $600 million already in the bank. Mr. Speaker, now Guyana has only about 750,000 people, not 75 million, not 7 million, 750,000 people. That means, Mr. Speaker, that we already have in the Natural Resource Fund close to $1 million for every man, woman, and child that lives in this country. Mr. Speaker, with access to those resources, with access to those sums of monies, the APNU AFC coalition guarantees this nation that absolutely no Guyanese would be left behind when we form the next government. Here is a clear opportunity for us, Mr. Speaker, an opportunity afforded to no other government of this country, before, and the PPP fails to recognize that. This government is showing no urgency dragging their feet on a national development agenda. What do they want Guyanese to do? Mr. Speaker, wait until the next 5 to 10 years? They need to put the proper mechanisms in place to end poverty right now. Mr. Speaker, when Libya found oil, the pace at which they moved to eliminate poverty and to transform the lives of their citizens was remarkable. They didn't build one highway this year, then build a bridge next year, and tell the poor citizens that they won't receive any real benefit from the oil until another 5 to 10 years. They love their country and all of their people. Their government wasn't a bunch of selfish hustlers and thieves. They did what they had to do. They did what they had to do for all their people, even as they did the infrastructural work and other works. Mr. Speaker, if you got married, you got an allowance. When you got your first child, you got an allowance. They transformed the desert nation into a modern state, but ensured that they took care of their people at the same time. But this PPP government, Mr. Speaker, is only talking about 4-lane highways and the big hotels. They boast about the Amelia Falls hydropower plant, which no one is sure how, and in fact, if it will lower our electricity rates, a project which will probably take the next 20 years for the government to own. All this while the ordinary Guyanese continue to live from paycheck to paycheck, battling with the extremely high cost of living. Mr. Speaker, the struggle is real. Mr. Speaker, the struggle is real. Mr. Speaker, we don't have time to wait. We have the money. It's not Jack Dio's money. It's not Irfan's money. The money belongs to the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, I will tell you a story. 2 weeks ago, I was in the Regina market where I met a vendor by the name of Amrita. She was canvassing for me to buy some fruits from her. And when she recognized that I was the regional MP that represented her and the other vendors against the wicked and uncaring PPP government, she began to explain to me that she was a single parent who had 4 children to maintain. She was there since 6 a.m. and it was already 10 a.m., but she had no sales yet. I bought all the fruits and vegetables that I had to get from her. She then proceeded to say to me that she voted for this PPP government back in 2020. And now she was disappointed, especially with the high cost of living. And she could not understand why the government she supported wanted to put those vendors who are mostly single parent women out of a daily bread. Mr. Speaker, people are suffering out there. People are suffering out there. Even those that supported this PPP government. They are now beginning to understand who the PPP really are. They are a bunch of selfish politicians. Selfish politicians who have access to resources that no other government had access to before, but choose to ignore the many voices of the poor and vulnerable, only focusing on themselves, their own families, and the rich. Mr. Speaker, in the coalition's vision, with a vast amount of oil resources available to the government, we would have prepared a budget which would have taken care of all Guyanese from the womb to the tomb. And it would not have been solely through cash grants. We believe that cash grants are useful. And in fact, the amounts offered in this budget should have been much more for all Guyanese, especially the poor and the vulnerable. But as a coalition, we have a more broad-based vision of a social system which takes care of all Guyanese throughout their lifespan. Mr. Speaker, when a child is born, assistance is immediately or assistance should be immediately given through some child care package. And as he goes through to school, he gets all the assistance necessary, including free education, something that this PPP took away from our young people. Free education at the University of Guyana level, and a stipend which we propose to take care of the basic needs. And even as they enter the world of work and retire and become a pensioner, a proper pension is there for him to enjoy that good life while traveling into the sunset. But Mr. Speaker, instead of this approach, the PPP government has crafted a budget that is unfit for purpose. A budget that fails to address the core issue, a core issue like poverty, but instead seeks to increase the gap between the rich and the poor. Mr. Speaker, while we welcome the fact that the government has heeded our call to increase the tax threshold, increasing the tax threshold from 65,000 to 75,000 will not solve the problem of the working poor, the retail clerks, the nurses, the cleaners. It will not solve their problem. Mr. Speaker, that translates into merely a $2,800 increase that cannot cover even the light bill of an average working poor Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, as part of this coalition, my party, as part of this coalition, has proposed that the tax threshold be increased to 125,000. Had the PPP government, we hadn't the oil money. Now you have it, so you should have increased it to 125,000. Had the PPP government listened to us, the working poor would have paid no income tax and would have had close to $20,000 extra disposable income in their pockets, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the APNU AFC coalition believes that there are a number of other mechanisms that could have been used to bring relief to the working poor. The PPP, if they cared about the working poor, could have implemented the earned income tax credit for low-income workers. So as you work, you earn tax rebates. Or, Mr. Speaker, there is also a system called the earning supplement, which is aimed at ensuring that each worker earn at least the minimum livable wage. Whatever amount you fell short by, the government would step in and top up your salary to the livable wage, to that livable amount. So if you establish that the livable wage is 125,000, but you only work for $100,000, then the government tops up your salary with $25,000. It encourages people to join the workforce and is considered the most effective anti-poverty measure by most economists. To get the top up, you had to work. Now, on the issue of work, the government boasts about local content and their manifesto promise of 50,000 jobs. But the way things are going right now, it is clear that the oil industry is quickly eating up the non-oil industries. Everything is centered around oil production. And the spin-off with the oil services. So these jobs, if they are to become a reality, will in fact have to come from the oil sector. But how can Guyanese maximize on the local content? How can Guyanese maximize on the local content opportunities when this government has failed to push significant investments into our only premier tertiary institution, the University of Guyana? Rather than increase the subvention from last year, they reduced it. Mr. Speaker, on page 23 of the budget speech, paragraph 411 to 413, the finance minister gloats that the minister within the ministry of, y'all just make him the finance minister. As Comrade Amansa said, that minister gloats about Guyana, that Guyana has the 17th largest oil reserve. He went on to say that we are producing at 120,000 barrels per day with a Lisa Destiny FPSO. He said coming soon in early 2022 is the Lisa Unity, which will take it to 340,000 barrels per day. Then the Lisa Prospect in 2024, which will further carry it to 560,000 barrels per day. And the Yellowtail, carrying it straight to 810,000 barrels per day. Mr. Speaker, if you multiply 810,000 barrels per day by a moderate figure, $60 per barrel, you would get close to more than 48 million US dollars per day. Mr. Speaker, it is due to these very precise projections and the funds that we have already accumulated that the young people expect that UG would be transformed into an institution that will provide the requisite skills for them to take advantage of the local content opportunities available, and don't allow the foreigners, only the foreigners, to grab the high-paying jobs. They expect that while they are being trained, they would receive the much-needed assistance to carry them through. Mr. Speaker, with a current growth rate of 19.9% and a projected growth rate of 47.5%, entrepreneurs, the small business people, the women and the youths expect to get the $5 million proposed by the coalition to set up their small businesses. Those rice farmers in Region 2 expect to see more than just the construction of one drying floor. 2022 should have seen the construction of a number of drying floors across the region. Those very farmers expect to see in this budget significant measures to reduce the cost of fertilizer. Those farmers in the Pomeroon expect to see a drainage policy which would guarantee that they don't suffer like they did for so many months during 2020 and 2021. They expect to see the realization of the road already drafted by the AP and new AFC to be constructed on the eastern bank of the lower Pomeroon River, which would allow farmers to easily and quickly transport their produce out of the Pomeroon River at a lower cost. Mr. Speaker, I have walked the streets of Nabaklis on the East Coast, where I met with so many farmers, close to 100 of them in that area. Some doing poultry, some doing pigs, others doing other cash crops, okra, boro, balanji. Their major hindrance, the major hindrance there is the condition of the access road and flooding. And so they too expect that the Minister of Agriculture would stick to his word and fix the long overdue farm to market road at Middlewalk, Nabaklis. They expect that. Mr. Speaker, this government seems to be at a loss. The focus must be on the vulnerable communities, the poor and the vulnerable, single parents, the elderly, etc. Some of the poorest and most vulnerable communities include many in the hinterland regions, where 50% and more are in poverty. Mr. Speaker, this government is yet to explain to our first people how exactly our indigenous brothers and sisters will benefit from our oil industry. We are yet to see any new program to be implemented as a result of this newfound oil well. On page 26 of the budget, the finance minister talks about job creation for indigenous youths. through the CSO program. He boasts about the increase in numbers from 2,000 to 2,500, creating 500 jobs. Mr. Speaker, this is shameless for a minister to look at us with a straight face and to tell the indigenous people that he's creating 500 jobs. Mr. Speaker, at $30,000 per month, $30,000 per month, added to the higher cost of living, added to the higher cost of items in the hinterland area, the CSO jobs classified by the minister must be the lowest paying job in the entire Caribbean. It does not even address the government's own minimum wage plan of $65,000. Surely our indigenous brothers and sisters deserve better paying jobs, skilled jobs, jobs that would skilled jobs. They deserve skilled jobs, not handouts. Jobs that would ensure that they live comfortably and can even support their families. And as I said, not handouts. Mr. Speaker, on page 87 of the budget speech, the minister posited that his government recognizes that there has been some upward movement in the prices at marketplaces for a number of food items. Mr. Speaker, upward movement, a number of food items. Mr. Speaker, where are these ministers living? Where are these ministers living? The food prices took off like a rocket. Everything gone sky high. Poor people punishing to put bread on their table. Mr. Speaker, as I said before, this struggle is real. But I guess that they can't see it from behind those big fences across at Praduville. Mr. Speaker, on that same page in the budget speech, the minister talks about relief mechanism like lowering excise tax on fuel. He said in 2021, he did it two times. 2021, he reduced it from 50% to 35% and then 35% to 20%. He's now proposing that he is now pleased to announce that he is reducing it from 20% to 10%. Well, Mr. Speaker, I want the minister to know that the average driver on the road didn't see any real benefit in it, didn't really realize any real benefit from that. The average housewife didn't realize any significant benefit from that. Within 2 weeks, Honorable Ganesh, my pa could tell you, within 2 weeks, that gas price went way back up, almost to the same place that it was in both instances. So they did not realize any real benefit from those fuel cuts. Mr. Speaker, so it begs the question, who are the real beneficiaries from the tax cut? Is it those persons, the big boys that import the fuel? It only could be them. It can only be them that are realizing the real benefits from this measure. Mr. Speaker, we welcome any tax cut, but the government must ensure that the benefits of those cuts actually reach those that need it the most. The housewives, the single mothers, those hard-working farmers, they need it the most. Mr. Speaker, if you turn to the very next page in the budget speech, page 89, you will see that the government talks about other costs of living measures, blaming the floods for the high increase. In paragraph 6.13, they are now talking about consulting with communities. Now, after almost 1 year later, Mr. Speaker, now they want to do impact assessment. Mr. Speaker, this government can't be serious. They cannot be serious about the development of our people. Not in the cooperative oil republic of Guyana. To make matters worse, on the very next page, Mr. Speaker, they talk about supporting the elderly. They boast about increasing the old age pension. I heard a similar sentiment from the Honorable Minister who spoke before me. Mr. Speaker, they want to move it from 25,000 to 28,000. then say to the nation that the old people got, and Honorable Member Anand Prasad just repeated that garbage, that the old people of this country now gets 2.3 billion of disposable income. Mr. Speaker, that is very insulting. Mr. Speaker, this right here has got to be the greatest joke. One of the biggest disappointments of this budget, 2022, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, we expect, Mr. Speaker, in 2022, we expect to pump over 340,000 barrels of oil per day. When we expect our earnings to move close to 1 billion US, the PPP government gives our pensioners a mere $3,000 increase. No, man, no, Mr. Speaker, no. That is not acceptable in 2022, Mr. Speaker. Where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the care? No, Mr. Speaker. Without the benefit of oil, the APNU AFC government moved the pension from $13,000 all the way up to $20,500. Without the benefit of oil, Mr. Speaker, it is a shame, it is an embarrassment in 2022 that we can treat our pensioners this way, Mr. Speaker. I reject this measure in the budget, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we increased it by over 55% without the benefit of oil. Mr. Speaker, if there wasn't a no confidence motion, to stop the progress, we would have increased that pension further, Mr. Speaker. So how do you come now with oil money in hand and come only to give $3,000, but then you can selectively give to one group $250,000, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in Region 2, many of the persons working on the front line to assist in the COVID vaccine drive, those from the People's Militia and others employed at the Saudi hospital, has not been paid for months. When they inquired, they were told that the government doesn't have money. They don't know if the president will approve their payment. Mr. Speaker, just last Christmas, they got nothing to take home to their families after working and placing their lives at risk. But this government found money to pay a select group who did no work, $250,000 per person. Mr. Speaker, we don't mind government distributing any relief, but right must be right and wrong must be wrong, Mr. Speaker. It is not fair, Mr. Speaker. It is not fair. But guess why, Mr. Speaker? Guess why they didn't care to pay those militia people? Guess why, Mr. Speaker? They are perceived to be APNU AFC supporters, and so their lives don't matter. Mr. Speaker, the same can be said about the call to place in the budget at least 10% interim pay increase for the public servants, and eventually get them to that place of 25% increase from there, so that those hard-working nurses and teachers, people, cleaners, etc., can have more monies in their pockets to support their families. Those measures fell on deaf ears because why? They are perceived to be APNU AFC supporters, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while this is the first oil budget, it fails, Mr. Speaker, it fails to address the pillars of poverty. It fails to address the social inequality in our society. It fails to address the needs of the poor and the most vulnerable. People have lost hope at a time when we should have been most hopeful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the APNU AFC coalition, like most Guyanese, recognizes the shortcomings of the PPP government.
Honorable Member, so we don't fail you, we need to give you an extension of time to conclude.
Thank you, Comrade Speaker, I move that the Honorable Chairman and Honorable Member be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation.
Honorable Member, you can continue.
Thank you, Comrade Speaker. Thank you, Comrade Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying to this House and this nation, the APNU AFC coalition, like most Guyanese, recognize the shortcomings of this PPP government and their inability to manage our oil wealth. We are cognizant of their practice of poor governance and their inability to present a comprehensive national developmental plan with set goals and timelines to deliver a better standard of living to all Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, may I say to the Guyanese people, that they deserve more. They deserve more, Mr. Speaker. And when the APNU AFC coalition forms the next government, we will certainly give you more. Mr. Speaker, we will develop a national agenda that will deliver a better quality of life for all Guyanese. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now call on the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, the Honorable Member, Ms. Onage Warren, to make her presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to add my voice in support of Budget 2020, ably presented by my colleague minister with responsibility for finance under the theme, Steadfast Against All Challenges, Resolute in Building Our One Guyana. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to congratulate the Minister and his team in the Ministry of Finance for the immense work that they have done in pulling together the programs of the various ministries into the coherent and cohesive whole that we see presented before us. I also wish to take this occasion to extend my sincerest appreciation and gratitude to my own team at the Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce for the work that they have done. Here, I speak not only of work on Budget 2022, but also on the execution of the 2021 programs and the work that they will no doubt do to continue on this budget year. Last but not least, Mr. Speaker, I thank the entire body of public servants throughout government who worked in the various ministries to make Budget 2022 in a reality less than 1 month into the new year. Mr. Speaker, the presentation and debate on the estimates are unquestionably the highlights of our annual parliamentary agenda. The eyes of the entire country are upon us, and I think that it's perhaps useful to remind ourselves what these proceedings are supposed to represent. In democracies all over the world, at budget time, what you have on the one hand is a government, such as ours, which presents a program that implements its vision and the mandate that it has been given by the people. I should not have to say, Mr. Speaker, that that mandate is given through a free and fair election. On the other hand, we have, or we ought to have, a government in waiting demonstrating its own vision through the evaluation and deconstruction of the policies presented by the incumbent and illustrating its potential fitness to govern by the presentation of alternatives. Mr. Speaker, it is based on this understanding of democratic practice that we on this side of the House usually spend much time preparing to debate our policies and programs. We are predictably disappointed time and time again by our friends on the other side who, it would appear, are either uninterested or incapable of so doing. Instead, Mr. Speaker, they resort to the same tired old tropes. Time and time again, as surely as night follows day, we can expect to sit in this assembly and be lectured about corruption and discrimination with half-truths and innuendo. Mr. Speaker, I want to delve for a moment into the issue of corruption. I wish to do this, Mr. Speaker, because our government is especially concerned with the welfare of the most vulnerable amongst us. And it is well known that it is poor people who bear the brunt of the burden wreaked by the scourge of corruption. Every dollar that is dissipated in corrupt transactions is a dollar that could have been spent providing some sorely needed service to citizens. A dollar lost to corruption could have been used to provide uniforms for school children or to fund school feeding programs. It could have been applied to increase pensions for our elderly and senior citizens. That dollar dissipated in corruption could have procured life-saving drugs that would otherwise be unaffordable to many people. And the list goes on. It is because of its effect on the poor and vulnerable that we have set our face sternly against corruption. And it is the policy of our administration that anyone caught engaging in corrupt practices will face the full brunt of the law. So it is perplexing, Mr. Speaker, that some members of this honorable House who have had to face the courts on this issue can come to the floor of this honorable House purporting to rebuke us about corrupt practices without offering concrete evidence to support those claims.
Honorable Minister, just give me 1 second. Honorable Member Mr. Duncan, you're using many unparliamentary language. Lie, corrupt, we wouldn't tolerate. The next time I'll ask you to withdraw yourself. Honorable Minister, you may continue.
Thank you, sir. Permit me, sir, to remind the people that some of the most vocal criticisms come from our honorable colleague member whose actions were investigated by the Public Procurement Commission in 2021. I further remind you, Mr. Speaker, that the Commission found such gross irregularities in the award of a contract to a Dutch company so as to warrant the institution of a criminal charge against that honorable member before the courts. What did the Public Procurement Commission find? They found that the Ministry of Public Infrastructure, as it then was, in trying to secure a tender for a feasibility study in the tune of $161 million, did so by bypassing national procurement laws. It is clear from the report of the Commission, Mr. Speaker, that our honorable colleague member handpicked, on the other side, handpicked what was described in the report as an unsolicited proposal and took it to Cabinet, once again, Mr. Speaker, bypassing the National Tender Board. That honorable member presented this irregular proposal to the Cabinet for approval, perhaps, in my opinion, sir, to give the transaction the veneer or the cloak, as you will, of legality. But that transaction was illegal, Mr. Speaker. For as the report of the PPC clearly stated, according to the acts and regulations, any contract over $5 million for that ministry should have been administered by the tender board and not the minister. Mr. Speaker, several of the members of that very cabinet which endorsed that obscene and grossly irregular arrangement sit amongst us in this honorable house and accuse us about corruption for just about everything under the sun. It is an interesting and topical aside, Mr. Speaker, to note that our friends on the other side, who would now have us believe that they are the champions of local content, bypassed the winning bidder, which was a joint venture with a local company, on the claim that the winning bidders were $10 million over budget. They froze out the joint venture that included a local company to enter into this highly irregular, this grossly irregular and unlawful arrangement with a foreign company. They then turned around, Mr. Speaker, and paid an extra $100 million for that foreign company. $248 million, Mr. Speaker. That $248 million could have been used to implement programs for the most vulnerable amongst us, those whom they now claim to care so much about. But they did not do that, Mr. Speaker. Instead, even as those astronomical amounts were being dissipated in these highly questionable transactions, our honorable friends on the other side were busy removing benefits from the poor, of which I will speak of in due course. Mr. Speaker, if only the record of our colleagues on the other side were different, if only were that record driven by a philosophy of supporting local firms, we would have had today thriving local companies. These companies could have been building expertise that could eventually see them provide services throughout the Caribbean and indeed all over the world. But the focus of our friends was not in building the local private sector. Indeed, the evidence of that is just the opposite. They stifled the private sector, other than a select few, through a regressive and oppressive tax regime and through myopic programs that caused the economy to stagnate. Mr. Speaker, as if it were not enough, not so long ago, my colleague minister, the Honorable Bishop Edgill, brought evidence to this House of the award by sole sourcing of more than $70 million for the supply of scales by the then Ministry of Public Infrastructure. Not only was that contract sole sourced, Mr. Speaker, those of us who know the Procurement Act know that there were not even remotely reasonable grounds for justifying sole sourcing. Not only was the contract sole sourced, but all of the money, every last cent, was paid in advance to this company, which is not known to be in the business of public infrastructure. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the principal of that company is a well-known, long-standing advisor to the AFC and its leading members. One can read the Jamaica Observer of May 30th, 2015, Mr. Speaker, where the said beneficiary of that contract made it plain that he masterminded operations that brought the APNU-AFC coalition into office. $72 million, Mr. Speaker, paid in advance. Nothing was delivered. We can't see the scales, and yet they accuse us of corruption at every turn. There is an old adage which says that if the only tool you have is a hammer, then you tend to treat every problem as a nail. Mr. Speaker, I'm reminded of this adage almost every time we encounter a criticism on almost every issue from our friends on the other side, and the criticism of this budget are no different. The opposition has one device at its disposal: and that is the trenchant cry of racism, discrimination, or corruption. And they apply that device regardless of time, regardless of circumstances, and regardless of the reality. So we roll out a comprehensive cash transfer program with COVID-19 relief grants payable to every single Guyanese household, and they accuse us of discrimination and corruption in distribution. We bring out a program of relief of persons affected by floods. Again, they cry corruption and discrimination. We implement a housing drive to ensure that every single Guyanese can realize the dream of owning their own home, and they accuse us of racism and corruption without a shred of evidence to support their claims. Mr. Speaker, one must ask oneself why. Why is it that with so much potential space for reasonable disagreement on policy, why is it that our honorable colleagues on the other side refuse to engage in debates on policy, but instead reach time and time again from one device that they seek to rely on? One very much suspects, Mr. Speaker, that what is happening is that they are running from their record, because if examined, Mr. Speaker, that record would reveal why it is difficult for our friends on the other side to credibly advocate policy measures. Why? Mr. Speaker, it is because just until recently they were in fact in government and was totally within their power to implement almost anything that they wanted to if they were really minded to do it. Let us continue to look at the record, Mr. Speaker. The Auditor General examined a COVID relief program implemented by the AP and UAFC administration before we took office in 2020. The first thing to note is that instead of a conceptually simple and easy to administer program, such as the one we implemented, our friends then in government opted for a selective program. Mr. Speaker, most countries recognize that rapid distribution was a priority in pandemic situations. In typical fashion, however, our friends on the other side opted for a cumbersome program which it appears not even they could implement. It is therefore not surprising that the Auditor General reports that out of the 11,000 plus persons found eligible for this grant, barely 1,000 benefited. Mr. Speaker, we are still trying to determine whether this was corruption, whether it was incompetence, or just plain indifference. We rather suspect the last explanation, Mr. Speaker, which is that they just didn't care. Thousands of Guyanese were reeling from the effects of the worst crisis this world has seen in over 100 years. And those who should have been in the forefront of delivering relief were right here, day after day, in this conference center, doing their best to thwart the will of the people. They were displaying some uncharacteristic diligence in that effort, I must admit. Mr. Speaker, that daily display at this conference center, and indeed the entire attitude of our honored colleagues on the other side, reminds me of little boys playing a cricket match. There is always that one player, Mr. Speaker, the one who will not give up the bat when he is out. You have to get him out about 5 times before you will give up the bat. And that is if you're lucky. If you don't look out, Mr. Speaker, he will throw away the bat, throw away the ball, storm off the field, kick down the wicket on his way off for good measure. Again, as we say colloquially, brock up the game for everybody. That is our friends on the other side, Mr. Speaker. Their entire team is that boy. They were out in December 2018, but they wouldn't give up the bat. Out again on March 2nd, 2020, and several times before that, still wouldn't give up the bat. Now, since the combined pressure of the CCJ and the international community and the Guyanese people forced them to give up the bat on August 1st, 2020, what we have witnessed since then is them throwing a tantrum, packing up their bat and ball, kicking down the stumps, trying to break up the game for all of us. So when you see our honorable friends, Mr. Speaker, like we saw them a few days ago, attempting to paralyze the Parliament by disrupting the proceedings, advancing on our colleague who was presenting the NRF bill, abusing Parliament staff. It is nothing more than that little boy who really can't bat very well, who has been comprehensively bowled by the opposing team, put out by the umpires, and having no other card to play, tries to break up the game for everybody. So that, Mr. Speaker, is the record of our good friends on the other side. It is a record of corruption.
Mr. Speaker, I stand on a point of order. Standing order.
Go ahead, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's 41C, I think, where the honourable member is imputing what I'd say, or at least maybe lotting me with some uncharacteristic bunch.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy saying you including all the honorable members over there, and he is not associated with that.
Appreciate it, accepted, Mr. Speaker, and all except the honourable member, Mr. Schuman. It is a record of incompetence, and perhaps, Mr. Speaker, worst of all, it's a record of indifference. They just did not care, and they still don't care. They really don't care about the poor, the struggling, the most vulnerable amongst us. For if they did, when they had the power to make a difference, they would have done something about it. They showed lack of caring when they sent thousands of sugar workers on the bread line in 2016 and 2017. And when we extended relief to those workers who were abandoned and left to fend for themselves, the honourable members on the other side accused of showing favoritism, of being selective. But, Mr. Speaker, some measures are by their very nature unique to particular groups. Just as the sugar workers were placed in special circumstances by the callous actions of the coalition government, so were members of the joint services. People who place their lives on the line for all of us every day. Last year, once again, the joint services received their full 1-month tax-free bonus, which was taken away by the coalition government. The coalition did not care about those 2,000 community service officers who were placed on the bread line. We have re-employed 2,000 plus community service officers, and we will this year employ 500 more. Mr. Speaker, even the youngest amongst us did not escape the regressive and oppressive policies of the uncaring coalition. They even took away the cash grants from school children, which we have restored. The Because We Care cash grant has been restored and is increasing in this budget from $15,000 to $25,000 per child. And for good measure, the uniform grants have been increased from $4,000 to $5,000. This is their record, Mr. Speaker, and this record explains why you can predict that regardless of what policies and programs we in this government seek to implement through our legislative measures in this House, our friends on the other side will strike up the chorus of racism, discrimination, and corruption, once again with any basis in evidence. Mr. Speaker, our honorable colleagues on the opposite benches cannot run on their record. They have to run from their record, because that record is one of destruction wreaked on the Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, their only record is one that is long on promises but short on delivery. And to this, we have to only look at their manifesto going into the 2015 elections. Mr. Speaker, the manifesto of the APNU-AFC coalition going into the 2025 elections make a lot of expansive promises to the people of this country. And we must make sure that we publicly examine that record here so that the people will have the facts which will enable them to do as we say, pick sense from the nonsense. Mr. Speaker, our honorable friends on the other side, in their 2025 manifesto, 2015 manifesto, promised to make Linden the gateway for ecotourism development. What did they do? Nothing. Just 2 months ago, Mr. Speaker, we toured Linden and the wider Region 10 and found problems of massive dumping of garbage at the Caracara Lakes. The residents told us of the potential of the area for leisure and recreational tourism, and that this potential was being hindered by the dumping. We listened and we found a way to assist them. Mr. Speaker, the 2015 manifesto of the APNU AFC also said that it would build the Linden to Lethem Road. Big promises, Mr. Speaker, but what was the reality? The reality is, Mr. Speaker, that it's our administration which has conceptualized and secured the funding from the Caribbean Development Bank, and it is we who are commencing the works on the Linden to Mabure section this year. This year also will see the replacement of timber bridges with concrete structures between Curipacari and Lethem, all of which will be a major boost for tourism. Mr. Speaker, they promised, but it's we who are delivering. Their 2050 manifesto promised significant increase in old age pensions. What was the reality, Mr. Speaker? Our honorable friends took away pensioners' subsidies for water and electricity and added VAT on telecommunications, among a whole host of regressive tax measures. We have restored those subsidies to our pensioners, we have removed VAT on data, and we have, over the course of 3 successive budgets, cumulatively increased pensions. They took 5 years to move the pension by 7,000, and we did that in less than 18 months. Mr. Speaker, once again, they promised, we delivered. Mr. Speaker, on page 23 of the manifesto, our friends on the other side promised to raise the personal income tax threshold to $100,000. I heard the honorable member speak about that. Again, suggesting that we should have done that. Mr. Speaker, of course, this was not done. Instead, it was we on this side who raised the threshold to $25,000 last year, and this year we raised it again to $75,000. It is clear, Mr. Speaker, that they promise and we deliver. Mr. Speaker, on page 25, they promise to require that Guyanese are employed on all projects in Guyana. I quote on page 25. And it is we who brought to the floor of this honorable house and passed into law the Local Content Act, which requires companies in the oil and gas industry to utilize local companies and in their supply chains and to employ Guyanese in their operations. We passed into law, Mr. Speaker, cementing the reality that they promise and we deliver. Mr. Speaker, all right, I will leave that one alone, Mr. Speaker, for obvious reasons. Mr. Speaker, having dealt with a record of our friends in the opposition and some of our flagship budget measures, I wish to bring to your attention, sabotaging because I can't see Russians, I wish to bring to your attention some of the sectoral initiatives in tourism, industry, and commerce. Mr. Speaker, with respect to tourism and hospitality, I'm pleased to report that 4 internationally branded hotels have already broken ground here in Guyana. The introduction of these hotels and others, which will commence construction this year, will undoubtedly improve the quality and quantity of our room stock, and more importantly, create Russian. Yes, can't undermine if I don't see Russians. Let her speak for herself. Create thousands of jobs. Let her come and speak for herself. God, let her come and say that to me. Create thousands of jobs during the construction phase. Let her not send the little boy to do big woman work. Let her come herself. create thousands of jobs during the construction phase, and subsequently when fully operational. Our tremendous progress on this front makes it imperative to ensure that our Guyanese citizens are ably qualified for the imminent jobs and positions at all tiers of the industry, including senior management. We are therefore making an investment in the development of a sustainable, world-class human resource development facility. In the interim, to satisfy the demand for skilled workers in the short term, we are strategically implementing short-term measures for training workers in the sector. Thousands of persons have been earmarked for training through various mechanisms, including 6,000 persons who will be trained through the Guyana Barbados Tourism Initiative. Mr. Speaker, on the topic of job creation and employment, in the manifesto of the PPC Civic was a promise of 50,000 jobs, and this is a promise that we are committed to delivering. It is my last budget. You see where I am and where she is? Who you think got the most things? In my last budget presentation, one might recall, and that I stated our intention and commitment to develop 2 new industrial estates, one in Region 2 and the other in Region 10. Should be better off listening to me. Specific lines have now been identified, and this year construction works will begin in keeping with our commitment to the people. The local business community is excited and ready to invest, and we are assured that the communities and regions will benefit from good paying jobs as a result. Mr. Speaker, in last year's budget, 200 million was allocated to the Small Business Development Fund.
While you refresh, you'll need 5 minutes to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move that the honourable member be given 5 more minutes to conclude her very good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Teixeira. Honorable Minister, please continue.
Mr. Speaker.
Press again.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, in last year's budget, 200 million was allocated to the Small Business Development Fund. A record 746 business owners from all regions of the country benefited from access to finance last year through this fund, which allowed them to start and in some cases continue their operations in the face of COVID, and for many to upscale and expand many times over. Such was the unprecedented success of the Small Business Grant Program that this year we are increasing the envelope by 50% to 300 million. Mr. Speaker, we channeled resources. I won't ask them to find Russians for me. We channeled resources from the Small Business Development Fund to assist the most vulnerable amongst us. Early last year, an organization which represents persons with disabilities requested the ministry to assist them in becoming job creators, since it was a great challenge to gain employment otherwise. We then created a special training program for the more than 50 applicants. Several of these have received their grant disbursements and are now gainfully employed. This year, we will continue and expand this program. Mr. Speaker, our vision for small business sector extends beyond financial assistance. We understand that training and capacity building is needed. We are cognizant that marketing and accessing new markets, both locally and internationally, are important for their growth prospects. Last year, the ministry launched the National E-commerce Strategy with a specific intent to enhance the competitiveness and efficacy of our businesses, while also facilitating emerging opportunities. You may recall, Mr. Speaker, that early last year, we brought to this House and passed amendments to the Small Business Act to fully operationalize the 20% set off for small businesses in the government procurement. Following from this, we have instituted a 5% margin of preference for small businesses in order to implement that set off. Also, within the last year, we removed the requirement for bid security for contracts under $7 million, which means small businesses will no longer be required to go to the bank or to an insurer to secure a guarantee. Banks, in most cases, would only issue the bid security if a business could post collateral in the form of assets. These requirements had the effect of excluding for public procurement many small businesses who were otherwise qualified in terms of skills, expertise, and experience. This burdensome requirement has been eliminated for contracts under $7 million, and the National Procurement and Tender Administration Board has already publicly reported that this initiative has caused an exponential increase in the number of small businesses bidding for and awarded contracts. With respect to the standards and quality, Mr. Speaker, with the recent passage of the Local Content Act, our business sector will need to produce goods and services at a standard that will meet the demanding requirements of international firms. Mr. Speaker, the National Bureau of Standards will play a key role in ensuring this transition in quality improvement. The GNBS has already successfully discharged its duties in both offshore and onshore activities in our oil and gas sector. In 2021, we established the goal in the Oil and Gas Department with a view of streamlining the activities and properly monitor the sector in accordance with the American Petroleum Institute standards, a globally recognized and leading oil and gas association. Mr. Speaker, significant investments have already been made to train and employ additional inspectors with the addition of the Liza Destiny FPSO. This year, the Standards Bureau will completely take responsibility for the testing of crude oil brought to the surface, putting this critical aspect of operational audit and quality assurance exclusively into Guyanese hands. Finally, Mr. Speaker, in our continued efforts to build business confidence, a national standard strategy will be drafted with broad consultation nationwide that will specific focus on construction, tourism, agriculture sectors and subsectors. So you may readily see, Mr. Speaker, that through our budget measures, past and present, that our track record is one of caring, it is a record of compassion, it is a record of integrity. We stand by and perform every word we have to the people. You can also see from our record, Mr. Speaker, implementation, that our record is that of competence. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, not only do we promise, but we deliver. Mr. Speaker, it is no exaggeration for us to say that Guyana is at a watershed moment in its history. Budget 2022 will be truly transformative. Mr. Speaker, it will be the first of several budgets that propel us into the ranks of developed countries with a standard and quality of living that Guyanese have dreamed of for generations. Mr. Speaker, it will propel all of us if the honorable members on the other side of this House rise to the occasion, conquer their instinct for the ordinary, seize this historic moment, and join us on the path to prosperity. I therefore urge all members of this honorable House to support this groundbreaking budget and be remembered as being on the right side of history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member, Mr. Deonarayan Ramsarup. Go ahead, Honorable Member. We are having some technical difficulties. The Honorable Member is online. I see his lips moving, but So, honorable member, the technicians see if you can unmute the honorable member, Mr. Deonarain Ramsuru.
Yes, sir, I am unmuted.
Okay, great. You can now commence your presentation, honorable member.
Thank you, sir. Sir, Mr. Speaker, as I make my contribution to Budget 2022, firstly, I would like to wish each and everyone a Happy New Year and lots of prosperity. Secondly, I would like to congratulate the West Indies team for winning the Betway series. They have played well and as a team, despite a few hiccups. Sir, I have 3 words for a former speaker. Tourism is dead. I've listened to her speech, Mr. Speaker, and every single thing that comes out, all the vision and policy is about the APNU AFC 2015 manifesto. So I want to thank you very much to adopt those policies and guidelines that you guys are not seeing. Sir, they are visionless about what they are about to do in 2022. So thank you very much for bringing that forward. Sir, the honorable member mentioned about the tax regime from the private sector, that we overtax them and we are pressuring the private sector. But sir, it was the PPPC government that put on 16% VAT on the private sector. It was their government, sir. Mr. Speaker, we are happy that the government is recognizing the policy and the rigid policy that the APNU AFC government have in its 2015 manifesto. But as I continue, sir, Budget 2022 is no different from the others. It is just that the total budget for has been increased. We have seen in Budget 2020 our plan for prosperity and Budget 2021 a path to recovery. But we have never seen this impact, sir. We have seen billions of dollars spent within our economy, but yet cries of the poor are endless. And guess who gets the blame? Mr. Flooding and Mr. COVID-19. But our budgetary allocation keep increasing, this time by 44.3%. Mr. Speaker, I've just read a statement by the private sector that say that this budget is a balanced one. But I want to tell the private sector that if the people don't have the money in their pockets, it's their business that will suffer. Sir, if you look at the governance framework in Guyana, it can be considered very weak and fastly approaching a tipping point towards collapse. We have seen, sir, that there is a continued absence of dialogue and engagement between government and opposition. High level of dysfunction and distrust within the National Assembly. Suppression of freedom of speech with government critics being arrested under the Cybercrime Act of 2018. A heightened sense of Big Brother, as police action have become overly aggressive and intolerant in recent times. Reference is made to the killing of Mr. Aaron Boston in Esquivel. Public procurement rules are being subverted and twisted to ensure that certain companies receive major contracts with little or no track records. Sir, the honorable member just mentioned about corruption. But I want to tell her, sir, that 18 months and the PPPC is yet, the PPC, the Public Procurement Commission is yet to establish itself. 18 months. And you know what happens during a period of time? Billions of dollars have been expended to contractors, persons who are not qualified on contracts. Sir, we have seen the refusal of government to entertain and listen to alternative views. Most recent example is the passable of the Natural Resources Fund Act against the cries and demands of thousands of people. The 2022 budget has seen the PPP enjoying the Natural Resources Fund as many feared it will do. Nothing is left for generational savings, and these planned withdrawals go against the Santiago principle, which set out guidelines for how sovereign wealth fund should be managed. Mr. Speaker, We have seen during this past 18 months that the Guyana economy was managed very poorly, and as a result, we have seen drastic decline in major sector. The gold has declined by 14.8%, rice by 16.1%, sugar by 34.7%, and many others that my colleagues will mention as they come along. But thanks to the AP and UFC government that brought the petroleum sector on board in 2015, 2016, that sought to have rescued this economy for 2022. We have seen most of the major non-oil sector has declined. The health sector, where the COVID-19 virus is spiraling out of control, but yet, sir, the AP and UFC is getting the blame. And if you look at all the speeches, sir, you will see that 50% of the writing and awards is AP and UAFC. Thank you for the promotion. Sir, if I turn your attention to forestry, I'm happy that the Honorable Senior Minister of Finance within the Office of President spoke about the sustainability of forestry, the forestry sector that tries to keep the deforestation rate below 0.05. He also mentioned in his budget speech that 137 million United States dollars were left in the GRIF fund, untouched, that came from the Norwegian. I want to remind the Honorable Minister, sir, that it was the forestry sector operators that contributed to the low rate of deforestation by practicing sustainable forest management, SFM. It was the very forestry sector operators that was affected by the devastating flooding. It was the very forestry sector that was severely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, I'm asking, sir, how much of that money from the GRIF fund was given to the forestry sector operators for losses they have incurred? There are proposals that is sitting within the project management office waiting for approval, sir. Was anything ever given to the operators? And to add, sir, now that it has established that the forestry sector is a major contributor to the economy, it would be beneficial for the populace to know that the forestry operators have not received anything, sir. They have written to the government for duty-free fuel, spare parts, duty-free for double cab 4x4 pickups that can save to be travel on the interior roads. Nothing, sir. Mr. Speaker, the GFC and all those involved in the forestry needs improved technology, less cost access to money, increased training to access foreign markets, the creation of downstream forest products, and other forms of assistance to manage the forest resources. Even better than we are doing right now, sir. The entire sector that has worked so hard to get us current low deforestation rate get no funds directly. And we are calling, sir, for a revolving fund that will be a public-private partnership. This will make a big difference to all of us, and especially the community loggers who have toughest time in needed credit. Sir, we have seen billions of dollars pump into the sugar industry that continues to fail. Why can't the forestry sector have a $2 billion? Just a fraction of that was given to Gaisuku. We have seen, sir, that even the gold sector has declined, as I mentioned before, due to the bad interior roads, the same roads that affect the forestry operators. I must tell you, sir, currently, trucks are refusing to go to Isano, the location where thousands of cubic meters are left there. You cannot have trucks going there, sir. They are refusing because of bad roads. It must note, sir, every year we are spending hundreds of millions of dollars on interior roads. Recommendations were made again as to the design and materials to be used on those roads that can be easily drained, but nothing happened, sir. I know, sir, that the drain were for a very long haul, but proper planning with good timing can avoid many of these road issues. Additionally, sir, in our time in GGMC, we're on top of its game to ensure that contractors who had a yearly maintenance contract do its job. Sir, permit me to talk about the the National Forest Inventory. 250 million Guyana dollars, as mentioned by the Honorable Senior Minister, Dr. Ashni Singh. Sir, this was supposed to be beneficial for the forestry stakeholder in that it would have reduced the cost of doing 100% forestry inventory. that is borne by the forestry operators. So if we look at an estimate of all the large concession that need to inventorize the forestry, those inventory blocks over about approximately 300, that will cost them $120 million. That is just, and the $250 million that is being used to do the national forest inventory that is less beneficial to the stakeholder. We could have done 2 years of 100% forest inventory that would be beneficial for the forest operators and the government, whereby they will use the same data to extrapolate the rate of deforestation and also the commercial species that is within that specified area. So if we look at the log export policy, Mr. Speaker, in 2018, the APNU AFC government amendments were made to the log export policy to have third-party license to export logs that was mentioned by the Honorable Dr. Singh, that sees the volume of lesser used species increased. Sir, I must acknowledge the Honorable Vikram Bharat for implementing that amended log export policy that sees the forestry sector now starting to recover, and hoping that the recommendation I made above, made here, are taken on board. So if we turn our attention to agriculture, sir, the Honorable Minister spoke about the callous shutdown of sugar estate by the APNU AFC. But I must remind him, sir, that it was the PVP that shut down Diamond, LBI, and Wales that was on a verge to collapse. I remember, sir, when Mr. Sharma visited that estate during the workers' protest, that he was thrown on the police truck and taken away just because he was reporting the truth and facts about that sugar estate. Least we forget, sir, least we forget. What he fails to tell the citizen of Guyana, that those estates that they promised to reopen will never happen. We have heard the government plans to set up a factory in Enmore estate that will employ hundreds of workers, but we're boasting in this very house that they will reopen the sugar estate. Same goes to the Outer Lake Rosal. The Vice President stated that there's no timeline, sir, when this sugar estate will open. We have seen over $26 billion already pumped into this industry and still struggles to reach its target. We have seen now that the target is reduced to probably that what they can manage. But I would like to add, sir, that let the public know that when the AP and the AFC spoke about the right sizing of the sugar industry, this very government said that we want to close the sugar industry down. But I'm happy to see today, sir, that they now realize what we are saying. The AP and the AFC government did an extensive study before it could have made that decision, including calculations, include consultation with GAO. The next speaker can attest to this, sir. Sir, I have listened to the government lecturing and justifying of the $6 billion that has been allocated in this budget that will benefiting directly and indirectly, benefiting thousands of and tens of thousands of families. Sir, this right here is the proof of the government intention and objective of holding on to Gaisuku because of its support base. I rest my case. Sir, if I can turn your attention to the Natural Resources Fund. Once it seemed that they're having a lot of attention lately. Mr. Speaker, the NRF Act, the repeal of this act is an act of treachery to our current and future generation. Only in 2019, the AP and EFC has enacted this bill and made it into law in the laws of Guyana that oversees the management and accountability of the Petroleum Fund by the Guyanese people. The principle set out in this 2019 Act was one that established a principle of good governance. Sir, when you repeal an act that is of 2 years old to suit a new political regime, it is called a betrayal. It is either the country is bankrupt due to heavy spending beyond its capacity, or where the government needs the money to cushion a huge deficit. And we have seen this, sir, where the current regime came here twice for subsidiary budgets. They miscalculate 2021 budget by 15%, a sum over $49 billion plus. Sir, this country is plunging further and further into debt. Will take decades to recover if we ever recover. All these are signs, signals for what will happen to the petroleum fund if we have one set of persons directing the disbursement. The amendments to the current 2019 Act is heavy politicized. Sir, with all this to be said, sir, the resource course and how to overcome it. Because we have entered, sir, in the first stage of the resource course that many economics and all persons, oil expert in the world spoke about. Mr. Speaker, sir, I recall the government in its first call to repeal this bill stated that too many powers lies in the hands of the finance minister. But the word minister refers to a minister of government, a minister of government that is in power. What is important here, sir, is the removal of the oversight committee that the AP and UFC installed in 2019 in the Natural Resources Fund Act. Under Part 3 that states under the Article 5.1, there is established a committee to be known as the Public Accountability and Oversight Committee. This committee comprises of government, opposition, civil society, religious organization, youth groups, women groups, community organization, the Bar Association, and we have put in what we call local democracy, sir, something that the PPP government don't know much about. By installing representative...
Okay, I don't know if you know about this. You're allocated 15 minutes, which has just expired, and you can get 5 minutes as an extension.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that 5 minutes be given to the...
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, you can proceed to conclude. You have 5 minutes more.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, as I was saying, that we have put representatives from all 10 natural regions of Guyana. We have had the media and accounting body of this committee, sir. The AP and UFC government had a very diverse representation of the Guyanese people to overlook the Natural Resources Fund. With the absence of this body, sir, while putting the power in three-man committee that I referred to at the beginning, will take us down a path of no recovery. If you look just over the western border, Venezuela, sir, you will see what the resource course has done to that country. It creates humanitarian crisis where Venezuelans are fleeing the country because of hyperinflation rages, because basic health care and food distribution failed. The country has become a haven for transnational criminals, and the government has become implicated in humanitarian abuses as it puts down demonstration. All these, sir, is because of the resource course and the imposition of policies and resources of nationalism. One set of people controlling the fund, Guyana will be no exception to this, sir. Mr. Speaker, all of these can be avoided if we use similar models like the Norway that has grown from the poorest to the wealthiest by investing in global growth. They have invested in 73 countries around the world, invested in 9,123 companies in those countries, and have 4 additional investment areas within countries. On equities, bond, real estate, and infrastructure. They call it the pension fund. But what we are doing, sir, here in Guyana, is to privatize everything where the monies will only go to a few. Norway has put its people and country first over politics. Similarly, Qatar and UAE has done the same. Putting the people first, we are putting friends and family first, sir. This resource course is not a prophecy, sir. It is a warning to Guyana. We can overcome this through foresighted investment and smart policy. We can use this newfound wealth to build a secure and stable future for its people. Our oil wealth could make the country into a model for the rest of the Caribbean and South America, as stated by known economists. Not those economists that is paid what we call intellectual mercenaries to say that our natural resources bill are transparent. Finally, sir, if I can turn your attention to region number 4. Sir, I must put on records there is no consultation done or recommendations from the councillors from the opposition side in the preparation of budget 2022. And it must be noted, this region is being governed by the opposition. This is a deliberate attempt to control this region and ignore the will of the people. Local democracy is dead, sir. We have seen that the 5 million government subvention was removed from under the RDC and placed directly under the Ministry of Local Government, where the NDCs are now being given a hard time to access this. Directed by the ministry where to spend the monies. Mr. Speaker, there are 17 NDCs in Region 4, and out of these 3, Cane Grove, Haruni, and Lamaha are being given $450,000 to help with administrative work. If you are speaking about one Guyana, democracy, and equitable distribution of resources, why only these 3 local organs are giving special treatment? Drainage is the region, and this region under the APNFC was done by local personnel, where monies will be circulating within the communities from 2020 to 2022. This had been replaced by machinery with very high costs, almost triple, sir, almost triple, and now being cleaned twice yearly. Hence, you can understand the reasons for flooding. In conclusion, sir, for us to have one Guyana, we must work together, distributing the resources equally and stop discriminating our people. Takam and Duam are 2 different things, sir. I thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for effectively using your time. We now call on the Honorable Member, Mr. C. Paul Narain, to make his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I commence my presentation by saying boldly that Budget 2022 is yet another manifestation of the PPPC government's commitment to improve the well-being of the Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, it represents another step in fulfilling our commitments to the electorate. This budget is wide-ranging, and I'm convinced it has placed present and future generations of Guyanese at its center. Undoubtedly, Mr. Speaker, it demonstrates the PPPC's unyielding commitment to unlock our country's potential and improve our people's lives. During these debates, I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, we will hear much more, but I dare say, given its scope, time will be insufficient to address all of what Budget 2022 envisage. But I'm not worried about that, Mr. Speaker, as the PPPC government is not one long on talk, but one focus on results, aimed at delivering improvements to our people. Mr. Speaker, we from this side of the House, we are not like my friends in the coalition. We live up to our expectations and deliver on our promises. As a trade unionist, I paid keen attention to the improvements Budget 2022 offers working people and their families. I can say, Mr. Speaker, without hesitation, that our people have much to look forward to. Indeed, there are challenges, and there will always be, Mr. Speaker. But Budget 2022 tackles these challenges frontally, bringing relief to our people in many forms. Mr. Speaker, the budget attempts to reduce the cost of living and at the same time improve workers' disposable income. Given nowadays realities, these are needed and welcome initiatives. The hike in the income tax threshold to 75,000 monthly represents a 15% jump. This improvement, Mr. Speaker, means that no worker at the public sector minimum wage will be required to pay taxes. I repeat, no worker, none at all, at the public sector minimum will pay taxes because of this budget. This initiative alone puts $1.3 billion in the pockets of our workers. I recognize for our workers who subscribe to life and medical insurance, these premiums are now exempted from income tax. This is a further $1.1 billion in our people's pockets. And for our ordinary people, their interest payment accruing from their modest savings at the bank will now be exempted from withholding taxes. This is a testament, Mr. Speaker, of the government's commitment to the ordinary working people. In recent months, Mr. Speaker, the question of cost of living has attracted much attention. The budget noted these hikes were largely related to global circumstances. They are simply beyond our control. Mr. Speaker, but this did not daunt our government. The PPPC government has developed innovative measures to mitigate the present-day realities. Such initiatives confirms where the heart of the government lies. It is unlike what prevailed in the era of the coalition, when everyone feared that new burdens would be placed on their backs. This budget is progressive, Mr. Speaker. It is progressive, I emphasize. Mr. Speaker, I'm heartened to see sustained efforts being made to eliminate the legacy of burdens bequeathed by the coalition when it was in office. This is the nature of a caring government, one which has the interests of the people foremost. The efforts of the budget to continue to mitigate as best as possible the efforts of the cost of living is indeed welcome. Extending the cost of freight adjustment is one such tangible measure. It demonstrates that though we remain a small developing country caught in the throes of international crisis, we are making steadfast efforts to spare our people the effects. This is commendable, Mr. Speaker, and points to the caring nature of the Dr. Irfan Ali-led administration. But this should not surprise anyone. The PPPC, whenever in office, Mr. Speaker, has always sought to protect our people. I welcome the further reduction of the excise tax on fuel, which seeks to bring further reliefs to our people. I certainly expect, Mr. Speaker, that these savings, cost of billions of dollars, will be transferred to our people. Indeed, it was with them in mind, I believe the government pursued these initiatives, and our people have high expectations. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of farmers' market is another notable feature of Budget 2022. This meeting of farmers and consumers is a win-win arrangement. I look forward, Mr. Speaker, to the early establishment of these markets, which will bring reprieve to our beleaguered farmers and our exploited consumers. The restoration and now improvement in the school child uniform grant allowance is yet another win for the Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, through Budget 2022, the aggregate sum jumps nearly 60% this year. It is a triumph for our children and their parents. It ensures more of our children get the support they require and deserve. But the budget went on, Mr. Speaker, proposing the distribution of tablets and flash drives to ensure that task of education is delivered and received by all. Mr. Speaker, it was the opposition when they paraded the corridors of power who snatched away the school child grant, leaving our children empty-handed. The nation must be reminded of this. I know the emphasis the budget has placed on safeguarding the vulnerable and elderly. Certainly, Mr. Speaker, improvements in both old age pension and public assistance, together with other initiatives of Budget 22, will help those in our society. At this juncture, Mr. Speaker, I recognize the efforts of the government to assist those receiving dialysis. I have learned of the hardships people in this situation are encountering. And for Guyanese, Mr. Speaker, this policy is simply commendable as it brings much relief. I commend the government. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022, I believe, has not missed any area of national life. Every man, woman, and child will gain from Budget 2022. This is the nature of the PPPC, which ensures that development is all round and no one is left out. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, those who crafted Budget 2022 had a difficult job. They had to balance today's challenges with tomorrow's opportunities. Indeed, despite formidable difficulties, I'm of the view that they did a remarkable job. Budget 2022, while keeping an eye on today, has laid the framework for a sound tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, we should all be excited for what this next chapter of national development brings. Our young people and next generations of Guyanese have a lot to look forward to. Speaking about young people, I recognize, Mr. Speaker, significant sums earmarked for training of our youth to take up opportunities in the oil and gas sector. These opportunities come as the implementation of the Local Content Act commences. That act, Mr. Speaker, I contend, represents a significant win for our Guyanese workers and ensure that they rightly benefit from our natural wealth. It also seeks to right the wrongs of the lopsided agreement signed by the coalition government, my friends on the other side of the House. The new legislation opens many doors of opportunities, and together with the government training programs, many of our young and not so young people will further contribute to the development of our great nation. But, Mr. Speaker, I recognize that is not all. Our people now more than ever have opportunities to become highly qualified. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, this is in keeping with the objective of ensuring Guyanese develop Guyana. The Gold Program alone is providing opportunities to thousands of Guyanese. Undoubtedly, many of the naysayers who had labeled such initiatives as a pipe dream are now surely embarrassed. But as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, the PPPC government is a government and a party that is focused on results and not idle chatter. Mr. Speaker, as someone who has been connected to the sugar industry for a long time, my contribution to this debate would be incomplete should I not spend a few moments to address developments in the industry. Just last Saturday, I saw our colleague, the newly elected PNCR chairman, Honorable Charmaine Holder, reportedly contending that the industry requires a broader assessment. Mr. Speaker, I felt my sight had deceived me, as when the PNCR was in office, they say then they had no time for that sort of examination. They said that those who wanted such examination should do it themselves. Mr. Speaker, I was there. I heard it with my own ears. And the Honorable Mr. Ramjatan was also there. Mr. Speaker, to educate my young colleague, the assessment the Honorable Member touts has already been completed and is publicly available. The socio-economic assessment, supported by the International Labour Organization, concluded, I quote, a key overarching factor that played a very important part in the livelihood of laid-off persons and their communities, and in the prospect they had offered the closure, was the shared dominance of the sugar estate in the economy of the communities that surrounded each estate. The incomes, the rhythm of life of individuals and the communities, the aspirations of families, the opportunities that existed for alternative employment, the types and successes of business ventures, the services available in the community, every single thing seemed to depend on the functioning of sugar estate. Ostensibly, if a sugar estate were to close, its effect would not be just be felt on the livelihoods of immediate workers and their families, but it would affect the entire community. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, I saw not unexpectedly the coalition in its usual partisan self, denouncing the government's continued support to the industry. At their press conference last Friday, Mr. Speaker, they said the money should be used to retrain the workers to move out of sugar. But, Mr. Speaker, they should be the last to talk when they heartlessly closed the estates, Mr. Speaker, putting more than 7,000 workers on the breadline. They trained just 130 workers. That is less than 2% of those they sent home. And, Mr. Speaker, had the honorable members from the coalition are talking about retraining, Mr. Speaker, our friends on the other side, except the Deputy Speaker, of course, continue to charge the industry is not moving forward. But, Mr. Speaker, had the honorable members decided to show up last Wednesday when the budget was being read, they could have washed in the fountain of wisdom and avoid putting their foot in their mouth. Had they been present, they would have known that sugar is on an upward trend.
You have reached your time allocated and will need 5 minutes to continue that upward trend.
Mr. Speaker, may I ask your permission for the honorable member to be given 5 minutes?
Thank you. Honourable member, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They would have learned that efforts to repair the damage they inflicted while in office has seen the industry reducing its annual losses. But, Mr. Speaker, when they were in office, they continue to be irresponsible with our people's business. Mr. Speaker, much of what is being done in sugar today was told to the coalition when in power. But myopically, like in many other areas of national life, they choose to ignore genuine advice. Mr. Speaker, emphatically I must say that under the PPPC government, sugar has a bright and secure future. Continued investment by the government, Mr. Speaker, will bring the industry initially back to break even and eventually to profitability. Unlike the coalition, known for their tearing down, Mr. Speaker, the PPPC is known for building up stronger and better. Mr. Speaker, I conclude by commending the government on what clearly is an impressive budget. Undoubtedly, it is the product of the collective efforts of the entire government. I also wish to express congratulations to my colleague, the Honorable Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh and his team at the Ministry of Finance, who must have spent many hours to refine and fine-tune Budget 2022. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 will consolidate our gains, bring us closer to our ambitions, and build a stronger Guyana for all of us. Mr. Speaker, I commend Budget 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Mr. Narain. I now call on the Honorable Member, Mr. Richard Ronald Cox, to make his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I rise this afternoon to make my contributions to Budget 2022, first of all, permit me to express New Year's greetings to all members of this Honorable House and all Guyanese. I trust that this year will continue to be one that we encourage each other in this Honorable House to be of fairness and in impartiality. Mr. Speaker, before I commence my actual contribution to Budget 2022, I want to respond to a few things said before by a few of speakers who spoke before me. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister Onij Waldron, in her presentation, was very proud to condemn what she called corrupt practices and dishonesty by the coalition while in government. I wish to remind the Honorable Minister that it was her who sat here in this National Assembly and held a holy book to swear in contradiction of our constitutional mandate. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, it was the same APNU AFC who kept the honorable member as a public servant to work for the government, and in her doing so, stymied the work of the coalition while as a public servant. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Minister Teixeira.
Sorry, under 40, standing order 40. Mr. Speaker, the member is imputing on the image and the reputation of the member, which is totally in order in this House. The reading of the Bible has nothing to do with what is being said. The member is out of order, sir, and he should be warned about it.
Honorable Member, I'm sure you're crafty enough to be able to say what you want to say in more parliamentary language.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am, like all other members of this Honorable House, is guided by you. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 presented under the theme Steadfast Against All Challenges, Resolute in Building One Guyana, had much promise and expectations from the people of Guyana. coming against myriad of problems outlined by the Honorable Minister, Senior Minister that is, within the Office of the President, with responsibility for finance. Foremost amongst these problems are COVID-19 and the discomfort associated with the numerous variants, not only in Guyana, but globally. Secondly, rising food prices and the inflationary pressure associated with the rise in food prices that render some households impotent in their capacity to make ends meet and to provide a basic meal for families. Mr. Speaker, it is with this in mind that I call on the government to consider, more importantly, measures that will see the working class having more disposable income to cater for their every needs. Mr. Speaker, it is by no accident that the citizens of this country look forward with much anticipation in Budget 2022. I can tell because after the reading of the budget, meeting with some members who I consider to be ordinary working class people, they are disappointed that Budget 2022 lacks the vision as the ordinary man sees it. It may have vision as some of my colleagues on the other side of this National Assembly has so much posited. But the question is it really beneficial to the working class? And those are the Guyanese. Those are the ones we must be responsible for meeting, answering their questions. Mr. Speaker, I wish to turn my attention to education at the regional level. First of all, the Goal Initiative is no doubt a program that we should welcome and must be commendable. What is not commendable, though, Mr. Speaker, is the manner in which the implementation and the application process is being done. The discriminatory nature, that is what we are against. And so we call on the ministry to ensure that things are put in place and that persons are given the equal opportunity, as the government would boldly say, one Guyana. If we continue on a discriminatory nature, then we are not promoting one Guyana. And certainly the people of the indigenous regions are at a disadvantage. Mr. Speaker, since you mentioned about the 1,000 or the 2,000, I will address the issue immediately. Mr. Speaker, this government boasts. In 2021, the Honorable Minister of Finance claimed that the government expended a total of $115.6 million towards the training of 420 community service officers. This figure represents an approximate total of $275,238 for each individual trained. Mr. Speaker, the same minister, notwithstanding the increases in cost of transportation and other factors, is proposing to this very House that the government will be training a further 650 CSOs for a cost of $60 million or $92,300 for every individual. Items 4.195 and 4.196 of the budget clearly speak to that. The expectation was that there would have been a light at the end of the tunnel, but we question, how can you be budgeting less to train more when we should be budgeting more to train more? And so, Mr. Speaker, we question what exactly is being done to our indigenous brothers and sisters. I also recognize, Mr. Speaker, that computers and tablets will be given to teachers, students in schools. The question is, these pre-downloaded devices, how effective will that be when almost all homes in remote regions of Guyana lack electricity and, of course, internet access? Mr. Speaker, this administration boasts about ICT, but yet we are to witness a much needed change in the technologically disadvantaged communities in Guyana. I call on this government to effectively monitor the implementations of policies in the remote areas. I am not condemning the policies outlined in the budget. I am saying that the policies do not effectively address the needs of those who are at a disadvantage. And here I'm speaking of our indigenous communities. I trust that the Minister of Amerindian Affairs will try to convince us otherwise when our time comes to speak. Mr. Speaker, since this government again boasts about their love for the CSO program, it was the APNU AFC coalition that increased the stipend for the CSOs from 20,000 to 30,000 while in government. 3 budgets after, this present administration failed to increase it by $5. And yet you claim your love for the people of the indigenous people, that is, of Guyana. I call on the ministry and my honorable member, Pauline Sukai, the honorable member, to quickly address this much needed issue. I know that the Tushos has also been calling for an increase in their stipend. Imagine Tushos who have to supervise the CSOs having the same stipend equivalent to the CSOs. Mr. Speaker, this is the biggest budget when oil is the much talk. Oil is what everybody is talking about. In the honorable member's pronunciation, oil, the honorable member Darmalal, oil. And yet, you can't seem to increase these hard-working indigenous brothers and sisters stipend. That's not good. Mr. Speaker, the expectation was that there would have been some sort of relief as the Guyanese people look forward to what we call the biggest budget. Mr. Speaker, having sat in this house for almost 5 hours listening to the Honorable Minister with responsibility for finance in the office of the President, I don't know why they just name him the minister and done. Or the assistant to the real minister. Dr. Ashley Singh, the honorable member, as outlining the government's plan and program for fiscal year 2022, I am amused at the aloofness and contempt for the small working class exhibited in this government's approaches, especially at a time when cost of living and difficulties in attaining basic needs is rampant. Mr. Speaker, it goes without saying that if the people have a problem, we in this honorable house, as representatives of the people, should find a solution to the people's problem. And that is what we need to do. Having said this, I call on the government to consider at least a 10% increase in the salaries of all public servants. All public servants. I don't wish to remind my fellow teachers about the Ministry of Education and its laziness in actually engaging the GTU to address this salary issue. Mr. Speaker, this brings me to a number of questions I would like to ask the government. Is this government serious about progress? Is this government serious about real development? But even more fundamental, Mr. Speaker, is this the caring government that we have been bombarded on by the media and in the media? I would like to believe so, but the evidence does not convince me. Mr. Speaker, Indigenous and hinterland development. I wish to turn my attention to health. Last year, we called on the government to make provisions for improved access to health care. Well, I'm pleased this year to say that after my request last year, Ministerial will now have a health hub for the first time in the history of the community. While you were there for 23 years and you did not do it, and you expect the coalition to do it in 3-4 years? So you're doing it now, Mr. Speaker, after 28 years, is obviously welcoming. But before, Mr. Speaker, before I go on, I want to touch a little bit on what is happening in the region. Mr. Speaker, the Mabroma Hospital is being upgraded to what we call a smart facility. I'm speaking to patients just last week. I heard remarks that I can't go there, but I don't want to go there, and a lot of people don't want to go there because it is smart in the sense that the services is not smart. The people who work there are smart. They're the ones who are being smart. Because you go there and you got to spend all day and you cannot access friendly service. So the question is, where is the smartness? This is what we call a failing competence. I'm not blaming central government here. I'm not blaming you on the opposite side here. But I'm blaming you for your non-intervention in actually addressing the issue in the region. That is what I'm blaming you for.
Honorable member, please how you blame me, but I want to give you 5 minutes if someone will move a motion.
Speaker, I so move that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Please again, look who you're blaming, right?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
But I have to address the honorable members through you.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the much talk about COVID pandemic and the management in the region. I recognized recently that the Honorable Minister of Health was on record to say that people fetching dead relatives is not true. I want to remind the Honorable Minister of Health that in a previous article, he apologized to the families after fetching the dead child. So how can the Honorable Minister contradict himself and say it's not happening and it's not true? It is true. The evidence is there. And he has apologized. We welcome the apology anyway. And after that, there were instances where persons were fetching, not the dead relatives at this time, but the casket or the coffin to put the dead relatives in. So, Honorable Mr. Speaker, I want to touch a little bit about another scenario where a patient died after reporting to the Mabroma Regional Smart Hospital with a blood count of 5. The patient was kept there for 2 more days. 5 blood count, Mr. Speaker, that is emergency medevac. And the person eventually died just because of their negligence. Mr. Speaker, Public Works. I wish to thank the government again in their budget for this year for having $25 million budgeted for road works in Matthews Ridge. What I'm not pleased about That is a community that is engaged in large-scale mining. $25 million, that's a drop in the ocean. What can be done with 25 million for roads in Port Kaituma and Matthews Ridge? I call on it was under the APNU AFC that you could take 30 minutes from Port Kaituma to Matthews Ridge or 45 to Barometer. Go there now, you will take 3 to 4 hours because it's back to the state it was pre-2015. Honorable Minister Darmlal, and you're the Minister of Local Government and Regional Development. Nice words. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I am proposing to the Ministry of Education that provision should be made for ATV for teachers who are living in far-flung communities, just as it's done for the Department of Health and Public Works. The costs for transportation for these teachers are way more than half of their salaries, and provision like those will greatly assist them. So I'm calling on the Honorable Minister to make that intervention. Mr. Speaker, another intervention I wish is for access to internet for teachers who are now on the online CPC training program. The online program is also good. I have a lot of teachers at my school who are on the program. What is not good is that they have no access to the internet and they have to use their own personal data, which is roughly 5,400 weekly. Do the math. And so, when you boast about a policy, you have to look at the disadvantages as well. Don't just boast about your policy, boast about the commitment from the person who are actually engaged in your program. They are making the sacrifices more than you on the government side. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022, though it may not be the best, there are things which certainly a minority would welcome, and those are the private sector. The private sector will benefit a lot. They'll welcome Budget 2022, as is obviously a repayment for them and their intervention in your campaign strategies before. I want to call on you, though, to actually let Budget 2022 reflect a representation for working class, like all other Guyanese, who, if you go on their Facebook pages, you will recognize that they are not pleased that Budget 2022 has not really met their expectations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now call on the Honorable Member, Ms. Yvonne Pearson, to make her contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make my contribution to Budget 2022. Budget 2022 under the caption, Steadfast Against All Challenges, Resolute in Building our One Guyana. Mr. Speaker, however, before I address Budget 2022, I wish to make a few comments. I listened this morning to the first speaker, the Honorable Member, Ms. Walton Desir. And the speaker said, where there is no vision, the people perish. I totally agree with that. And why I'm saying I agree with that, it is because the APNU AFC had no vision. No vision. So from 2015 to 2020, the people perish. The people perish, Mr. Speaker. And as we walk around now, people are talking a different language. They are saying that they are glad that the PPP has returned to office. They are glad they listened to the 2022 budget. Mr. Speaker, just a few days ago, one honorable member on the opposition side, during the debate, they said that we are going too fast. Mash we brakes. I remember that clearly, mash we brakes. Today, the honorable members say that we can do so much more. We can do so much more. The first speaker said, we can do so much more and we can do it now. We are trying to do so much more. And we are trying to do it now with Budget 2022. That's what we are trying to do, Mr. Speaker. You know, so much was said. You know, the first speaker said, numbers don't tell lie. I agree. I agree, Mr. Speaker, numbers don't tell lie. The APNU AFC fired 1,976 of our young Amerindian people. Numbers don't tell lie. Numbers don't tell lie. $10,000 were taken away from the children. Numbers don't tell lie. Over 5,000 sugar workers were left jobless. Numbers don't tell lie. Over 30,000 persons were jobless without job. Numbers don't tell lie. $18 million cannot be accounted for. Where is it? Numbers don't tell lie. Numbers don't tell lie. $65 million according to the Auditor's General Report 2017 cannot be accounted for. The Ministry of Amerindian Affairs. Numbers don't tell lie. And so, Mr. Speaker, now they're telling us, we, this government, the People's Progressive Party Civic, under the leadership of His Excellency Dr. Irfan Ali, now they're scolding us and saying all sorts of things about Budget 2022. When what we are trying to do, we are trying to repair the damage that they have done to this country. That is what we are doing, repairing the damage that was done to this Guyana. What we're trying to do, we are saying one Guyana. Our motto is one people, one nation with one destiny. And we are saying we want a one Guyana. And we are saying that we are going to be steadfast against all challenges. All challenges. So bring the challenges. We are going to be steadfast. Bring the challenges. We are going to be resolute in building one Guyana. This includes everyone, regardless of race, religion, or ethnicity. We are going to do it under the leadership of His Excellency. The People's Progressive Party Civic is back in the driving seat, and we will do it. Mr. Speaker, all the talks about poverty, a nightmare, we heard we're living in a nightmare. Yes, we were living in nightmare. We're waking up now. We are waking up. And I guess the members on the opposite side of the house just come out of their slumber. Mr. Speaker, you know what? I saw my colleague had the 2015 manifesto. I was to bring it, but I forgot. Because you know what? 2015, they had all the answers in their manifesto, but when they got into office, Mr. Speaker, they forgot. They forgot. And now I sit here and I listen. Now we can do so much, and this is what they can do. And if they were there, and they will be back, but you will remain there. You will remain there. And we will listen to you. Yes, we will listen to you. I remember the slogan, "A good life for all Guyanese," was said by the APNUAFC, a good life for all Guyanese. But what wasn't said, that you would have the good life, but under the People's Progressive Party Civic. And that is what we are trying to do. Budget 2022, we are trying to bring the good life to the people. The ordinary people, peoples are included. So the whole talk about a private sector budget, we have to understand that the private sector is important. Every Guyanese are important to the development of this country. Mr. Speaker, okay, Mr. Speaker, we heard all about suddenly the honorable member, Mr. Holder, knows all about the CSOs and Amerindian villages. I would like to say to Mr. Holder, while $30,000 per month, maybe it's not much for us, for him, but $30,000 means a lot when you're in the village. And again, I would like to say that $30,000 was taken away from the people. It was taken away by the APNUAFC. So how dare to cry now and say it's not enough? Of course, we are looking and see in the future how we can put something else to it. But what we try to do now is extend. Have some more. 500 more young people would now receive $30,000. So what should we do? Increase the salary or the wages on those that we have and leave out 500? No, we spread it and so that more people can benefit. That's common sense. Mr. Speaker, you know, all the talk about the Amerindians and poverty and what? 2022 budget. I wish to say, Mr. Speaker, that we will benefit from every sector, from every sector. My people, the villagers, the local people, the ordinary people will benefit. Mr. Speaker, APNUFC Manifesto 2015, they promised to address Amerindian land issue. And they promised to do it in keeping with international standards. But I guess when they got there, they forget what was international standard. They forget what was said. However, Mr. Speaker, on return to office, the People's Progressive Party Civic started to address those issues. As we stand here today, 5 villages from 2020 to a few days ago, already those land issues were addressed. And budget 2022, Amerindian and hinterland development, under that, on page 65, 4.192. Mr. Speaker, allow me to read. And it says here, we are committed to ensuring that Amerindian and hinterland villages are economically empowered, first and foremost, through the land titling program, and secondly, through development of village economy. We are also committed to ensuring that all of the country's best educational and training opportunities are available to our hinterland brothers and sisters as they are to those on the coast. And we are committed to ensuring that the quality of social services delivered to all villages to improve markedly. Mr. Speaker, the word commitment, we are committed to do these things to address the outstanding land titling and demarcation. We are committed to do that, and it will be done because it has already started. And this government will continue, and not to promise, as was done by the APNU AFC, promise and more promises. And they have failed. And when you fail, you sit in the back bench. Village economy. Village economy. We don't live in the past, Mr. Speaker. No, we don't live in the past. We look at mistakes and we move on and we do better in the future. And that is exactly what this government is going to do. Education. Mr. Speaker, we are going to, I must say, Mr. Speaker, not we are going to, we started. Many of our young people in our villages have already been part of the Gold program. And I would like to say in my village, Mr. Speaker, through internet service in this COVID environment, 9 of our young people can stay in the village and do their course at the University of Guyana. And that is development. That is moving forward. They would be coming to a close in September. And I'm quite sure that they will be graduating with honors. What do you call that? Development. Moving forward. Empowerment. That is what you call it. Steadfast and resolute. Building the village economy. Building the village economy. We are committed. Mr. Speaker, programs have started and we will continue economic progress in our villages. We will not be left behind. The same opportunities, we have seen it, the same opportunities on the coastline is now taken to the hinterland. And we will further develop. We will further develop with a special focus on our young people, on our youths, training in every field. You have heard from our Honorable Minister, Joe Hamilton, this morning. Those training are going to the villages now, Mr. Speaker. Isn't that development? Is that staying behind? That is giving our indigenous people equal opportunity. Equal opportunity for all. And we are committed to ensuring that quality of social services delivered. Mr. Speaker, this is what the PPP Civic is all about. Our government. No longer will we be left behind. Mr. Speaker, let me turn my attention to agriculture and food security. Agriculture, when we talk agriculture, we have lands, Amerindian and hinterland development.
Honourable Member, you need an extension to tell us about that.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask for your permission to allow the member to speak for 5 minutes to conclude our presentation.
Thank you, Honourable Minister Tashir. Honourable Member, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, Amerindian and hinterland development. We will now be supported. Livestock and hinterland communities will be expected to be delivered. We will be part of the livestock rearing. We will be part of the aquaculture. We will be part of new ventures such as the soya beans. there is a bright future for us because we have at our disposal land, Mr. Speaker. Land we have, and there is budgeted in the 2022 budget to address hinterland development. We are not going to stay behind. Under the People's Progressive Party government, we are going to progress. Under the program, Mr. Speaker, where there was no equipment, we will also benefit. We have benefited before, and those benefits will increase in the form of tractor and other implements, plants, fertilizer, if needed. We will benefit from those programs and projects. Mr. Speaker, these are exciting times. Agro-processing. Agro-processing. We will also venture into new areas. Agriculture. We have the land, and now we have a government that cares about the indigenous peoples, and we will expand. We will expand every area possible, so that development, real development, can come to our indigenous peoples. Education. As I said before, Mr. Speaker, we are part of the Gold Project, but also in our schools. In our schools, we have developed. Our children are more comfortable. Even in this COVID environment, special care has been given to ensure that our children their safety comes first. Mr. Speaker, as we debate Budget 2022, there is so much that we will benefit from as a people. There is so much. But I want to say, we are looking forward to greater heights. We are looking forward to move up economically. In the area of health, we also will be benefiting more health facilities in our villages. And there are a number of other benefits that I can go on and on. However, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say on behalf of the indigenous peoples of this country, we will move forward. We will experience what real development is all about. In the field of education, agriculture, social services, and in every area, we will benefit. We say thank you to His Excellency, Dr. Irfan Ali, and we will be part of all the future developments. And our friends on the other side, we are extending a hand. Come on board. Let us work together. Let us move Guyana forward. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And I now call on the Opposition Chief Whip, the Honourable Member, Mr. Christopher Jones, to make his presentation.
Thank you very much, my good sir. Comrade Speaker, let me quickly respond to the immediate past speaker who mentioned about the AP and UAFC not bringing the budget to the House. I want to remind the honourable member that after the passage of the no confidence motion in December 2018, the coalition government could not bring another budget to this House. As well too, to the honourable member Olage Waldron, the honourable member stated, and I quote, that we only give monies to 1,000 citizens. Sir, it was as a direct result of the People's Progressive Party civic refusal to come to the National Assembly to give support to the government of the day so that they could enact an emergency fund to provide same. So the blame needs to be laid squarely on the feet of the People's Progressive Party civic. My good sir, Budget 2022. Disrespectful are the words that I would want to use. My good sir, I am grateful for the opportunity provided to me by the members and supporters of the APNU-AFC who went out to the polls back in 2020 and placed their confidence in the coalition government because they too are of the firm belief that inclusionary democracy is the way to go. And for that, I commend the members of the APNU-AFC, the AFC, the PNC, the WPA, the GAP, and the NFA, sir. Sir, Budget 2022 before this House is the largest budget, totaling $552 billion, on the questionable theme, steadfast against all challenges, resolute in building our one Guyana, whatever our one Guyana means. But sir, in actual retrospect, this means steadfast against all who are not PPP, resolutely in building Pradoville number 4, and giving to our friends contracts while the average Guyanese suffer, aka a disrespectful budget. Comrade Speaker, let me say off the bat that Budget 2022 is disrespectful to the intelligence of the Guyanese people. Sometimes in life, more is not always more. Budget 2022, which increases government spending by more than 40%, will only add to the current steady rise in the cost of living on poor Guyanese. This budget, sir, is full with big, bold promises and spending, but it is very obvious how little it caters for the working and the poor Guyanese of this country. Given that this will be the first budget to directly include oil revenue, we are deeply disappointed. Deeply disappointed in how these self-proclaimed builders of Guyana have once again showed utter disregard for the average Guyanese, hiding behind fancy rhetoric, baseless projects, and in a plan of utter untruths. It is very obvious, my good sir, that this is another budget for the boys. How can it be that the fastest growing country in the world, the tax threshold has only increased from $65,000 to $75,000, which is only $2,800 more in the hands of some of the lowest income workers in this country? It is disrespectful. My good sir, the PNCR advocated that it moves from $65,000 to $125,000. This means workers making $125,000 will have $17,400 more in their pocket and not a paltry $2,800. If prices on some food items are doubling, should not the tax threshold respond to this? It was the same house, in the same house, where a member stated, and I quote, "They know what they know, and what they don't know, we seek expert advice." But based on their performances, Comrade Speaker, it's evident that even their experts don't know what they are doing. Which is no surprise to us on this side of the house, sir. This one initiative would have helped so many working poor and young people by ensuring they have more money directly in their hands. The nation, sir, is getting richer, but the people are getting poorer. Sir, this same neglect is reflected in the way the budget deals with the University of Guyana students. How can it be that in a budget that has massively increased, the funding to the University of Guyana has remained almost the same? In the middle of a pandemic too. In fact, the nation is spending a far smaller portion of the budget on the university now, while they try to distract us with the gold scholarship. Sir, a university degree is vital for so many of our youth. Let us not close off this opportunity for lower incoming families who may not even be able to take out a loan. The APNU AFC calls once more for the University of Guyana to be made free immediately, for students to be receiving a stipend which can assist with expenses such as internet, accommodation, and traveling. We must stand up for the nation's youth. My good sir, it was during the elections campaign that we saw on almost every lamppost across this country scrolls reading 50% increase in wages and salaries. But apparently, sir, it was a figment of our imagination, because we were told by an honorable member of this house that it was Photoshop. So, sir, we rather suspect in the near future we will be told that the one that read the University of Guyana will be free was a typo. Sir, when you contrast this with Gaisuko, contrast this with yet another $1 billion payout to Gaisuko, where production targets have been cut by almost a third. Does the PPP intend to lay off a third of the workforce or cut Gaisuko pay by a third? We think not. How can that industry produce less and less, but more and more funds are thrown at it? How can we do this while not honoring our constitutional duty to the university students who are entitled to an education? The pensioners, Comrade Speaker, my good sir, I say again, my apologies. My good sir, I say again, as I did many times in this house, that once is an accident, twice is a coincidence, but 3 times, sir, is downright disrespect. In Budget 2020, it did not address increase in salaries for public servants. Budget 2021 did not address the increase for public servants. Budget 2022, the largest budget ever, and to use the words of the honorable member Nigel Darmalal, and now the country got high, and yet still not an increase to public servants. Comrade Speaker, this budget is disrespectful to the pensioners of this country. These are the men and women of whose shoulder we stand on here today, sir. These are the people who laid the foundation of this country. But this administration, the People's Progressive Party Civic, in the largest budget ever, can only allocate to our pensioners a paltry $3,000. It is disrespectful. And to take into consideration the honorable pensioners in this house, the Honorable Robeson Ben, the Honorable Mark Phillips, the Honorable Member Gail Teixeira, sir, how could we do that to them, persons who have been in the field and in the forefront for years? But you see, sir, this increase...
You left out the Honorable Speaker.
Well, sir, I don't think you may like what comes next, but I recognize you too as well, sir. But, sir, you see, the honorable pensioners of this house will have no issue with $3,000 being given to them because, sir, the People's Progressive Party civic pensioners on that side of the house live in a bubble completely oblivious to the plight of the pensioners of this country. Comrade Speaker, the public servants. My good sir, Budget 2022 is most disrespectful to the intelligence of the public servants of this country. Sir, one would feel that there would be adequate compensation, but year after year, budget after budget, nothing for nothing in there for them. And you ask the question, Comrade Speaker, what has the public servants done? What has the policemen and women, what has the soldiers of this country done to the People's Progressive Party civic? 3 successive budgets, sir, and no allocation to the public servants of this country. What have they done? Comrade Speaker, in the Honorable Minister's presentation to this House, the Honorable Ashley Kumar Singh, he stated on page 14, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, our government remains firmly committed to improving the life and livelihoods of all citizens. In 2021, a 7% increase across the board was paid to over 50,000 public servants, end of quote. Comrade Speaker, the Honorable Member is speaking about 2021. You know, sir, this is equivalent to a husband and wife or a couple in a relationship. And the husband, and today happens to be the wife's birthday, and the husband says to the wife, babes, you know last year when was your birthday? I carry you to cheese, please. Or babes, you know last year when was your birthday? I told you I love you. That is essentially, sir, what the People's Progressive Party Civic is saying to the public servants of this country. I give you 7% last year. This year, you're good enough. Take what you get and shut up. That is essentially what they're saying to the public servants of this country. It is disrespectful. Comrade Speaker, we move to youth quickly. My good sir, Budget 2022 is most disrespectful to the youths of this country. Sir, on page 61 of the budget speech, the Honorable Minister stated, and I quote, an estimated size of the 14 to 35 years cohort is 280,501, over 36% of our population. He went on to say, we have budgeted a sum of $841.3 million in 2022. This sum allocated, sir, for youths of this country is a paltry sum. In reality, sir, it is a sad excuse for an allocation. We can do better than $845.1 million to the workers. In fact, sir, when you do the division, this $841.1 million divided by 280,501 is a meager $2,900 that the People's Progressive Party Civic is given to every youth in this country. Gross disrespect in an oil-producing country. According to the Honorable Member Nigel Dalrymple, we got high. Comrade Speaker, this amount, sir, can barely give you 2 barbecue tickets from Odessa Primus, who will be having a barbecue on Sunday coming in Beefield Sapphire. That's all you can get from this sum. But, sir, I don't blame the Honorable Minister Ashley Singh. He is the mere messenger. I blame the minister with responsibility for culture, youth, and sport, who is absent in the House here today. Mr. Charles, the Honorable Member, Mr. Charles Ramson Jr., time and time again has proven his...
Honorable Member, you have to be careful these days when you ascribe presence and absence. He's on virtually.
My apologies to the Honorable Gentleman. Hi, Charles. Comrade Speaker, the Honorable Member Charles Ramson Jr. time and time again has proven his unpreparedness for his position. 2 years and nothing worthwhile has come out of the ministry since his installation. Instead, what we have seen is leftover projects. For example, sir, the multipurpose facility in Region 2, 6, and 10 is a left project. The community ground enhancement, it was under the APNU AFC government that the figure moved from $1 million per ground to $5, 10, and $14 million respectively to the community ground. Another left project. The works currently ongoing at the gymnasium on Mandela Avenue, sir, is another left project. And of course, sir, the cultural center seats is another left project. Sir, the honorable gentleman might have to be very careful. He may soon be dubbed the Minister of Left. Sir, what has happened to the honorable member Charles Ramson Jr. much touted sports policy? What has happened to the youth policy? What has happened to the cultural policy? We see the honorable gentleman and hearing so often on television and radio touting these things, sir, but they're all nothing more than fluff. Comrade Speaker, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. And now there is nothing to show for his 2 years in the seat of Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport. And you know, quickly, I want to stick this in, sir. You know, they say you must give Jackie jacket and Priya skirt, not the honorable member Priya Manichan, but you must give Jackie jacket. Sir, the government has appointed several young ministers. And sir, we give recognition where it's due. That you see these young ministers out and about, putting forward policy after policy. You may not agree with their policy, but you give them an E for effort. But when it comes to the honorable member Charles Ramson Jr., sir, all we seeing is Gucci photos taken out on Facebook, sir. And not what is...
Honorable member, I'll have to give you tea for time. Someone needs to move an extension for you.
Comrade Speaker, I move for the member to be given an extension of 5 minutes to conclude his presentation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, my good sir. You haven't seen any of this coming out of the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, which is one of the most vital ministries of any country. So I call on the Honorable Vice President to take the necessary action where necessary. Bring back Gail, the honorable member. Bring back Frank, the honorable member, because I could attest to the documents I would have seen in the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport under their stewardship. Sir, one would believe that the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, we may have to rename that ministry, sir, to concerts and football. Because it appears that is the only thing the honorable gentleman knows of. Perhaps, sir, we need to rename it the Ministry of Concerts, Kashif and Shanghai. The sad reality is we have an empty frontman at the helm. One of the most important ministry in the country, as I mentioned, but unlike what we have seen coming from his colleagues, Minister, sir, he leaves much to be desired. Sir, it would appear that the Honorable Prime Minister would have taken the Honorable Member Charles Ramson to Ghana. But it appears that the only thing the Honorable gentleman learned there is how to mark time. Left, right in the government booths. And it appears as well too that he's taken the Honorable Member Olej Waldron there too. Because they sound like a broken record when they come to this house. Budget presentation after presentation. And this is what they put to this house. During 2020, the APNU, AFC, and recount and elections and so forth. Sir, we are in the second year. Get on with the business of the work that has to be done in your respective ministries. And sir, I said the proof of the pudding is in the eating. I have in my hands here, sir, the two budget presentations as presented by the Honorable Member Charles Ramson Jr. And when you read these two documents from years 2021 and 2020, it has nothing about policy development for the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports. All it speaks of is the APNU. I think in this document, I see the honorable gentleman, former chairman of GCOM. His name is listed here more often than you see policy for culture, youth, and sport. It is a waste of time, unfortunately, and it must be corrected. The Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports, sir, is one of the most important ministries. And if the honorable minister can't do the work, as we would say, he will need to take a back seat. And we in the AP and UAFC, sir, hereby recommend that the Honorable Minister Charles Ramson be removed from the ministry and placed with someone who has the competence to lead the ministry, sir. Sir, in closing, sir, it is Article 13 of the Constitution of Guyana, and this has been repeated ad nauseum, speaker after speaker, budget after budget. I can take you all the way back to when the Honorable Member Winston Murray, Derek Bernard were in this house, and they kept pleading with the then People's Progressive Party Civic in office that they need to ensure that that aspect of that constitutional objection. Article 13, which speaks about every person having that right to be consulted. So we on this side of the House represent 50% of the population. We must be part of a consultative process in putting together this budget. The government has every right. If we supply them with 10 pages, the government has every right, sir, to disregard it thereafter. But then you will have the benefit of saying that you consulted. Give us the opportunity to provide to you. When it comes to the resources, sir, of oil, none of us in this house has the experience, sir. But combined together, sir, we will be able to put together policy that would push the developmental process of this country forward. At the end of the day, when we leave these chambers, sir, each and every single one of us are Guyanese. We are not PPP, AP, and UPNC, and so forth, sir. And that is why it is important. Once again, I call on the People's Progressive Party Civic to allow Article 13 of the Constitution to be enacted. We are a young nation, we found oil, and let us ensure that the resources from that goes to every single Guyanese, irrespective of ethnicity, irrespective of their political persuasion. Comrade Speaker, unfortunately, I cannot support Budget 2022 in its current form. As I mentioned before, in my interpretation, it is the most disrespectful to the intelligence of the Guyanese people. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Mr. Christopher Jones. And now we call on the Honorable Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, the Honorable Member, Mr. Kwame McCoy, to make his presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, what we have witnessed here so far in these budget debates, generally and specifically, is a manifestation of a group of people who are badly bruised, battered, brutalized, and certainly the 2020 general elections would have created traumatic experiences for the APNU AFC, who were booted out of office. And what you secured as a result of that experience is the concussion, you know, brain concussion, brain aneurysm. And it is all showing up here today in the presentations that we have witnessed so far in the 2022 budget debates. I heard the last speaker, the Honorable Christopher Jones, and you know, it is about these the group tends to play on these nice sounding words. It sounds nice. Oh, the budget is disrespectful to people. Oh, the budget didn't do this. And oh, the budget didn't do that. But monies that were budgeted for people's welfare and development in this country, the very honorable member under the SNET program ended up with portions of that money for himself, like many others on that side. And that is what is disrespectful. It is disrespectful, and one must wonder, what did the soldiers and the police do to APNU AFC that you withdrew from them the 1 month tax-free bonus that they were getting for so many years under the People's Progressive Party civic government? And And it is $2,000, approximately $3,000 on the tax threshold, times 12 for the entire year. It is another effort to put more disposable income in the hands of people across Guyana. We have done it, we are doing it, and every single measure adds up to more money for people in their pockets. It is not about just a tax threshold increase. It is also about all the other measures. It is about what we have done in the first place in our first budget cycle of 2020. Remove those 200 burdensome taxes that you over there, all of you placed on the backs of poor people in this country. We removed it, and it freed up more disposable income for people. And what we have done in our measures was to make sure that we pay attention to what were the hardships faced by the people of this country. And we have given from 2020 the cash grant for every household. We have given back to our pensions by pensioners, restoring the water subsidy and the electricity subsidy. We have made monies available. If you forgot that the public servants at the end of the year we had given monies to, we have also in 2021, and like we will do in 2022, paid attention to the welfare of people in this country. We love people. We love every single Guyanese in this country. We have demonstrated that for our term in office since coming in 2020. We have demonstrated true and abiding love for people. Because every single measure that you see in these budgets that we've put forward so far, is about people. It's not about making any one of us on this end rich. It is about making our people's lives better. How do we put food on their table? How do we help their children go to school? How do we help them to build a house? How do we help them with university education? How do we help them with an online education? That is what it is all about. I'm going to tell you how. We have in this country to recognize that development is not anything magical. That to get to development, it has to be incrementally done, where steps and measures like are contained in this budget and the previous budget will get us from one point to another and from the other point to another point, and that is what development is all about. But if I have you, if you only had your hands, because I hear all morning, all money, we have all money, all money, all money, and I know that's what bothers you a lot. The fact that you can't put your hands on the oil money. And as God has it, He knows what He does. And the change in 2020 was certainly for the better. Certainly for the better, because God knows if you mistook 18 million US signing bonus as a gift, oh Lord, what would happen with the oil money? Oh Lord, what will happen with the oil money? I could imagine it would be a tragedy for the people of Guyana. But we, as we have been all the years, we are a government that first of all understand the needs of people. We take the needs of every Guyanese into consideration. We make programs, policies, measures to address those problems and those needs. And that is what we will continue to do. Mr. Speaker, before I go on further, let me say that first of all, before I proceed, to enlighten members of this august House, on the other side of the aisle, of course, on what real and palpable development looks like, and why they will remain stupefied, an appendage to those very seats over there, where they sit at the moment. For countless years, you will remain there. Please allow me to congratulate you and your noble staff for defending and upholding the sanctity of these hallowed halls in the face of the unprecedented lawlessness and the ghettoism from those who would much more suited to be providing service on animal farms, eschewed even by our local farmers. Your courageous stewardship, Mr. Speaker, of this National Assembly will be studied and referenced by students and parliamentary scholars alike across the Commonwealth well into the future. Mr. Speaker, the People's Progressive Party Civic rescued this nation from its slippery slope of deprivation and chaos at the hands of the coalition pervertment, not government, pervertment. In 2020, all of Guyana, we rescued this country in 2020 from the pervertment. The vast majority of our regional neighbors, our international partners, and the progressive community of nations exhaled and exclaimed gargantuan sighs of relief. Our steady, decisive application of visionary leadership from day one has steadied the sinking ship and circumnavigated Guyana back onto its transformational path. From the emergency rescue budget of 2020 to the repair and restoration interventions of 2021, we in the PPPC have brought our country to the cusp of where she needs to be in her new wealth-generating dispensation. Mr. Speaker, once again, the citizens of this country are at the center of our national budget. Once again, Mr. Speaker, people's empowerment for national transformation and transformation itself have begun the hallmarks of the halls of governance of this country. Thanks to our humble hands, our hard-working and visionary team, Mr. Speaker, the short and painful days of sanctimonious gangsterisms are behind us. The days of aimless aloofness, visionless arrogance, and downright ineptitudinal depravity that paraded the greedy green walls of power between 2015 and 2020 have been exercised, and the sails of hope of our beloved Guyana have set at sail with the $552.9 billion course across our 10 administrative regions. This will effectively lay the foundations for the prosperity and the solidification of our nation's trajectory towards growth among the League of Nations, changing for a better course for a better world. Mr. Speaker, throughout these presentations, the tale of the fox who couldn't get the grapes, look down there, couldn't get the grapes, so it's sour.
sour, will become vividly applicable by my friends and political foes on the other side. We will witness unabashed desperation, pointless banter, and the usual disruptive behavior on becoming an unworthy of elective leadership. But we will not be dissuaded. We will not be daunted, neither will we cower to their desperate machinations as they struggle to retain some semblance of relevance in these hallowed halls that they shamelessly desecrate over and over. Mr. Speaker, they will employ frivolous and wicked tactics in an attempt to distract the nation from the desperate and awkward power grab parade forcing its way to these chambers in its characteristic schoolyard bully boy fashion. They will try all that they can. They will try all that they can, Mr. Speaker, to distract from this people-centered, transformative budget as a means of masking their own spectacular failures that are being made more obvious by the day. As people begin to open their eyes and realize the dreadful mistake of putting an incompetent, self-serving, and unfit group of people as the APNU AFC into office, which saw them went through 5 miserable long years. Mr. Speaker, in spite of these schoolyard shenanigans, our erudite genius of a finance minister, Dr. Ashley Singh, my friend and colleague, has delivered yet again a budget for the ages. Dr. Singh has given us a budget that reaches to the core of our nation's heartbeat, to answer her yearning for the revolutionary energy that will catapult her onto a new path. A path, Mr. Speaker, that our forefathers dreamt of. The path that leads to individual empowerment for every Guyanese. The path that leads to family fulfillment. That path that leads to community development. And that same path that will deliver national transformation. Budget 2022, Mr. Speaker, will provide world-class education to another 6,000 or more Guyanese through our Gold Scholarship Initiative. It will create the means to home ownership for another 10,000 or more Guyanese. And it will deliver unprecedented levels of social services to every citizen across this country. The education, health, and productive sectors will be reinvigorated this year with resources that will allow my colleague ministers to imagineer to new heights and lay the pillars that will carry the weight of modernity. With regards to infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, the urban and rural landscapes of our country will undergo significant realignment and expansion in the build-up process for a new and modern Guyana. Mr. Speaker, no new taxes, a hallmark of a caring government. Raising of the income threshold, a hallmark of a caring government. Reduction of excise tax on gasoline, a hallmark of a caring government. More money for the pensioners, a hallmark of a caring government. More money for school uniforms, a hallmark of a caring government. More money for school children, a hallmark of a caring government. More money on a monthly basis for public assistance, a hallmark of a caring government. More money for dialysis treatment, a hallmark of a caring government. More money for small businesses, a hallmark of a caring government. And the list goes on and on and on and on.
But, Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me at this juncture, having listed some of the people-centered measures for my long-term opposition colleagues in those benches, not to illustrate a few of the clearest examples that highlight the night and day difference between the PNC and Friends and the PBPC on this matter of a caring government. Year after year, for 5 long years, Mr. Speaker, the PNC-led government imposed taxes upon taxes upon taxes upon taxes on the poor people of this country, piling them up one after the other like an albatross around people's neck. Water tax, data tax, road tax, food tax, clothes tax, farm tax, wash bay tax, chicken foot and plantain chip tax, curry and roti tax, and all the taxes that you could imagine that one could lump on the backs of poor people was as a result, and not to exclude black pudding tax. Mr. Speaker, that is why we stepped up and rescued the people from the green tax demons that were possessing this land. We were focused and were forced to act on the people's behalf and cut their term short with a big fat no confidence motion because the people wanted it. And in them, Mr. Speaker, because one more year of green tax albatross round people's neck, and our women would have been delivering green babies that look like tax. And we had to rescue the situation because it would have gotten that bad. Mr. Speaker, even their own supporters, they punished. You remember? A lot of their supporters, they punished. Let's just look at what they did in Linden. Mr. Speaker, the strong and proud people of Linden were completely abandoned by the petty and vindictive policies of the government and the David Granger administration and his acolytes, simply because a few of his comrades from Linden gave him the middle finger on his planned policies. You remember that? Just before he assumed office in 2015. Mr. Speaker, Granger held that petty grudge against the entire town. And you know the story goes on. And the people of Linden suffered terribly because of that situation. Mr. Speaker, where the PNC-led coalition got over 15,000 votes, that was in Linden. In 2015, I'm talking about 2015. Nevertheless, don't let me get distracted by the Manny Pauls and the whoever they are. But in return, Mr. Speaker, the only reward Granger and his PNC acolytes, Aubrey Norton and the likes, were willing to offer Lindeners for the 5 long years was an insulting marching order to go and plant breadfruit. And they were a caring government. You were so caring, yeah? So caring. Most interestingly, Mr. Speaker, the 5 years of vindictive punishment for Lindeners went unabated and unchallenged as the so-called leaders from Linden who surrounded Granger in his power circles, Norton, Honorable Member Figuera, Valerie Adams, Sharp, Patterson, Yearwood, all did absolutely nothing to get Granger to change his vindictive, uncaring stance towards the Lindeners. And I want to say, perhaps they were in agreement with him, because his empowerment advisor Norton launched a national evening education intervention program, which never saw the light of day in his own backyard, Linden. Even Norton thought that the people of Linden were undeserving, Mr. Speaker. So let me remind the people of the scary government, APNU AFC, and what you really were. The PNC-led housing minister at that time, Lindener, Valerie, Adams, Sharp, Patterson, Yearwood, and then see how much names she got? You know what kind of people it's got all sorts of names, right? Built 5 scrawly houses for Lindeners from her whole tenure as housing minister. And never afforded a pack of seeds as much to any Lindener when she became Minister of Agriculture. While the vocal youth, poor people, and activists.
The Honourable Chief Whip is right.
Mr. Speaker, I know the other member is stating Ms. Valerie Patterson Sharp, who is not in this house to defend herself, with some stinging allegations too.
Thank you, Honourable Chief Whip. Honourable Minister, I'll have to ask you to withdraw those comments as the persons are not present in the chamber to defend themselves.
I will make sure that I deliver a copy of the tape to her, Mr. Speaker. As soon as the PPPC government returned to power, Mr. Speaker, the call center we opened...
Honourable Minister, we were guided by the Honourable Manzoor Nadir in this very chair that, Mr. Maipal, I can speak for myself, thank you, that any member, per the standing order, who is not in the chamber to defend themselves cannot be spoken of. I will ask you to withdraw those statements.
I make reference, Mr. Speaker, I stand guided, and I make reference to a term of the APNU AFC under the Housing Ministry where nothing was absolutely done for the people of Linden, and I stand by the fact that nothing was done for the people of Linden. I stand guided for the rest of my presentation, and as soon as the People's Progressive Party civic government returned to power, Mr. Speaker, the call center we opened before 2015 in Linden, which they closed and left empty to rot for the 5 years, was restored with more than 100 persons becoming employed in our first year, with dozens more to be employed this year. That's the hallmark of a caring government. This budget, which caters to the need of all the Guyanese people, all the people of Guyana, Mr. Speaker, including Lindeners, will rehabilitate the entire Linden-Suzdijk Highway. Again, a hallmark of a caring government. This budget will give Linden a new multi-million-dollar industrial estate, the hallmark of a caring government. This budget will expand the hundreds of acres of soybean cultivation currently underway in Region 10. It will construct hundreds of affordable houses for Lindeners, hallmark of a caring government. It will facilitate construction of a multi-million-dollar steel factory, a cement factory, and of course, construction of the first leg of the Pan-American Highway, which will run through the mining town, the hallmark of a caring government. This budget, Mr. Speaker, will facilitate the construction of a 5-story modern mall at Suzdijk. It will pave the way for the creation of a brand new city on the Linden-Suzdijk Highway and bring the Linden-Suzdijk corridor into the national transformational focus like never before, the hallmark of a caring government. Mr. Speaker, this budget will open the eyes of the people of Linden and every other part of this country. Guyana is ours, and the people of Guyana belongs to all of us. And we are committed to working hard in every single way and on every single day to make sure that we bring development to the people of this country. The AFC, Mr. Speaker, no more will the people of this country entertain an APNU AFC government. They went through 5 long, hard years. For many, it was a serious mistake, a serious regret
on their part. And we, all of us on this side, with the people of Guyana, the other citizens of this country, will continue to educate them and to keep them abreast on all that we are doing and to remind them on what you did not do. It is so funny that it is only now that you sit on those seats over there, that you recognize so much could have been done with the opportunity that you had, that so much needed to be done. You had 5 years, and those 5 years went wasted, all focused on just a few. And that is what upsetted so many Guyanese. And the PPP, nevertheless, is here to make sure that we can work with our people and we could have development on a steady basis so that people of this country can live their true potential and we can see a real developed Guyana. The budget, Mr. Speaker, will demonstrate unequivocally that the People's Progressive Party civic government is the caring one, hands down, caring for all the people, creating employment for all the people, empowering all the people, and opening up economic opportunities for all Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, allow me to talk about the public affairs department within the context of the transformative budget. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that you would appreciate the realities that the fulsomeness of all these moving parts in our active pursuit of national transformation would create along the governance continuum. And as such, Mr. Speaker, I'm equally persuaded that you would agree that such realities necessitate more efficient and effective management of our public affairs and communication in general. For these very reasons, Mr. Speaker, the department in the Office of the Prime Minister continued and concluded a comprehensive capacity and competency review of the State Information and Media Services in 2021 and commenced the hardest process of retooling our agencies and upskilling our personnel to better deliver services to the people in the context of an advancing society. To this end, in 2021, the department, in collaboration with the Industry and Innovation Unit of the Office of the Prime Minister, delivered information communication technology training to some 550 youths in Sophia, Enterprise, Hararuni, Luluni, Luziknan, Rheinfeld, St. Cuthbert's Mission, Silver Hill, Better Hope, Wales, Agricola, Windsor Forest, Enmore, Amilus Ward, Tamari, and several other communities along the East Coast and West Bank corridors.
For you to go along to conclude, you'd need 5 minutes extension, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the honorable member be granted 5 minutes.
Honorable Minister, please continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the engagements were extremely successful at equipping those participants to better engage with their government and their communities and will therefore be scaled up to reach larger swaths of the country this year. Mr. Speaker, the process of reorienting the state media away from what was the sycophantic whims and fancies of the failed former government and its band of propaganda cheerleaders back in 2015 to 2020 to a more professional, autonomous approach to public communication service also began in earnest last year. We engaged more than 100 personnel in expert industry capacity building sessions
while we realign the operational structures accordingly, and that will continue to happen during 2022. Mr. Speaker, the task of building a network of direct communication interface between the government and its citizens also got underway in 2021. We will expand this, and there are several regions in which the program will go so that we can help our citizens and help our people to get government information and development information on our development prospects at every level, because it is important for the people and in keeping with the constitutional requirement. Mr. Speaker, this year, as we implement the largest and most transformative national budget to date, the Department of Public Affairs will focus on the adaptive creativity paradigm of the state media. We will come into sharp focus because it is important that we continually work with the state media to provide training and to be able to give them exposure, practical and other levels of exposure, so that we can create the best professionals in the state media. So we'll be broadening the scope of the information coverage and reach, even as we seek to make the daily programming more dynamic. The state media programs will become more adaptive to social trends and dogmas. I now come to our flagship undertaking for 2022, Mr. Speaker. Already, and in a few weeks, we will fill the void for the world-class industry skills and qualifications across the local spectrum with the introduction of the Media and Communication Academy in collaboration with the world-renowned online platform Coursera. Mr. Speaker, through the Academy's continuous media education window, registered learners will be afforded the opportunity to gain international certification and elevate their professional profile to accredited specialist or expert practitioner based on successful completion of prescribed cycles of learning. Mr. Speaker, I am confident that this facility will quickly become a game changer in the local industry across both state and private media. As we seek to upskill, further professionalize, and transform the fourth estate into one that is more responsive to the evolving digital future and the national development agenda of our country. Mr. Speaker, Guyana can ill afford rampant Wild West disinformation schisms and schemers running unleaded opposition gasoline, seeking to derail progress, divide our fragile society, and destabilize our fledgling democracy. The public affairs of this country must be managed in a way that safeguards citizens' fundamental freedoms, while at the same time protecting others from the vagaries of misused and abused freedoms like we see on the opposition side. Those freedoms that are devoid of the crucial element of responsibility. We cannot and will not sit idly by, Mr. Speaker, while alternative designer facts and deceptive machinations of loose cannons and madmen run amok in fulfillment of narrow, self-fulfilling, destructive, and unpatriotic agendas. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, all the relevant and applicable laws of this country will be upheld and enforced without favor and ill will to protect the stability and integrity of our hard-earned democracy. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, we will seek to make the management of the public affairs and communication sector of this country everybody's business. We will forge ahead with our programs to build the one Guyana against the backdrop of a caring, all-inclusive approach to governance, bolstered by our unprecedented, transformative agenda that benefits
all the people of this country, every single Guyanese. With those words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you and commend Budget 2022 to the National Assembly.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we have 2 speakers remaining on today's list, so we will take them to conclusion and adjourn. Our next speaker is the Honorable Member, Mr. Hemraj Rajkumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy indeed to be given the opportunity to share my views on Budget 2022. This $552.9 billion budget presented to this House by the Honorable Minister, Dr. Ashley Singh, on the 26th of January 2022, under the theme, Steadfast Against All Challenges, Resolute in Building One Guyana, is the largest budget in our country's history and will be partly financed by withdrawals from the National Resource Fund. It is touted to be a budget designed to create wealth and improve the livelihood of all Guyanese and to facilitate infrastructure development all across Guyana. Mr. Speaker, as I examined the presentation of the Honorable Minister, I found that there is hardly anything substantial for the ordinary Guyanese citizen to help improve their livelihood and to help create wealth for themselves. This budget is like the previous budget, Mr. Speaker. It's a private sector-oriented budget with little support for the private sector. Mr. Speaker, there is no dispute that the cost of living has been increasingly on a daily basis. Price of basic food items have increased tremendously. It is forecast that this steep increase will continue well into 2022. Mr. Speaker, in December 2021, chicken was $340 per pound. Now it is $440 and some places for $460. Price for fish has increased. Eggs were $800 per tray. Now it's $900 and sometimes $1,000. Plantain in Essequibo, please, Your Honor, is now $200 per pound, and in some places, quite higher. The price of fruits and vegetables have doubled. Things are expensive. People are finding it very difficult to survive. In an attempt to reduce the cost of living, the Honorable Minister proposed to have monthly monthly farmers market in different locations in Demerara and Berbice, where consumers will benefit from buying directly from the farmers. But how practical and how many persons will be able to benefit from this activity? How much relief will this bring to the consumers? Mr. Speaker, I'm no economist. But in my common sense tells me that this measure will not have the effect of reducing the cost of living and to have any effect on the lives of ordinary people. Mr. Speaker, reducing the excise tax on gasoline and diesel from 20% to 10% is another method proposed by the Honorable Minister to help reduce the cost of living. Mr. Speaker, this will surely reduce the price of fuel by approximately $65 per gallon. But will this reduction benefit the consumers in any significant way? Will the ordinary man pay less for transportation? Will the minibus operators reduce their fares for the school children? Will the cost of electricity be reduced? We all know the answer to these questions, please, Your Honor. This answer is a resounding no. These measures will not in any way significantly impact the reduction of cost of living to our people and in any way improve their lives. The Honorable Minister announced that this government have set aside the sum of $5 billion to mitigate the high cost of living in 2022. There is no clear indication, Mr. Speaker, as to what this sum will be used for. People are asking, will it be used to gift loyal supporters of the PPP under the guise of flood relief and or other similar grants? Or is it a slush fund to be used by the government at its convenience? Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister has indicated that this year, the monthly public assistance will be increased from $12,000 to $4,000, an increase of $2,000. Old age pension will be increased from $25,000 to $28,000, an increase of $3,000, a far cry from the $50,000 that was promised during this government's campaign. Uniform grant is increased from $4,000 to $5,000, an increase of $1,000. How, Mr. Speaker, could this meager increase improve the lives of our elderly and vulnerable? According to the Honorable Minister, it will provide additional disposable income for them. Income tax threshold has been increased from $65,000 to $75,000. These measures, according to the Minister again, will provide additional disposable income to the citizens. No doubt, Mr. Speaker, he's telling the truth. But what impact would this little and meager increase in the prices, in their salary would affect? The high prices for food, the citizens are left in a quandary since the money can't do to buy the things they need, Mr. Speaker. They may have a little more money in their pocket, yes, but with the increase in the price of goods, their ability to purchase will be greatly reduced. Mr. Speaker, there are at least 30 persons in the Esquibo who requires dialysis treatment. One of them called and expressed the gratitude of the $6,000 assistance from the government. $600,000, pardon. He told me that he had a discussion with the other patients, and they wanted me to raise this question in this house, please. And the question is, why did the government not invest in a facility that offered this dialysis service on the Essequibo Coast? In their opinion, it will cost the government less. It will be more convenient for them and more economical because they will have to travel. They would normally travel to Georgetown twice weekly for treatment and incur expense in accommodation. Mr. Speaker, these persons are calling to the government to establish its own dialysis facility in the region, which will employ, of course, citizens. This is what the people want, Mr. Speaker. And we're asking the government to deliver. The money is there, Mr. Speaker, but it's channeled in the wrong direction. Mr. Speaker, the Guyanese workers are once more disappointed. We have listened attentively to the Honorable Minister, waiting to hear for an increase in the wages for public servants this year. It is acknowledged, Mr. Speaker, that cost of living has skyrocketed and cost of living is projected to increase in 2020. Yet, this government has not even considered an increase in the salary for the hardworking public servant to cushion the effects of the rise in cost of living. $552.9 billion is budgeted to be spent in this year, and this government has not considered anything towards the salary, increased salary of our hardworking public servants. Mr. Speaker, we have the money. Mr. Speaker, what is the excuse now? Why not give the public servants the increase that they deserve at this present moment? The university students, please, Mr. Speaker. Sorry. Mr. Speaker, this is the third budget presented by this government. Your university student and potential university students are still waiting for the promise made to them by this government that they will make education at the University of Guyana free again. Mr. Speaker, our university students are calling for relief too, and they are reasonable. They are calling for a reduction in the fees if the government cannot afford university education at this time, free education at this time. And what has happened to the manifesto promise that this government has made for the debt write-off for students with outstanding loans? This is also not a promise. Will this Will this also be another promise which would not be fulfilled by this government? Mr. Speaker, we have the money. Let us have university education free again. Mr. Speaker, in my 2021 budget speech, I had made a call on the government that in addition to cash grant, government should consider giving tablets to those vulnerable children, especially those living in the hinterland. I'm pleased to learn that the government will now be providing 11,000 tablets with flash drive loaded with teaching materials for those students. My hope, Mr. Speaker, is that those vulnerable students, especially those living in the hinterland, benefit from this exercise. Mr. Speaker, tourism has and will continue to make significant contribution to our economy. We must not forget the tremendous effort by the APNU plus AFC coalition government to successfully market tourism, Guyana as a tourism destination. We must remember, in 2019, Guyana, under the APNU plus AFC coalition government, won 6 tourism awards, including the #1 Best Ecotourism Award. Guyana destination was well established. Destination Guyana was well established. Mr. Speaker, government must encourage and support development of regional tourism destination in all our regions of our country. This will give our visitors an opportunity to visit other communities in our countries and have those communities benefiting directly from the spending of our visitors. Mr. Speaker, the protection of our consumers' rights is essential during these difficult and challenging times. Consumers must be protected from being sold defective and unwholesome goods. Government, through the Competition and Consumers Affairs Commission, must continue to ensure consumers' rights are protected by making them aware of their rights through seminars, radio and television programs. They should be established in each region a consumers' affairs help desk where aggravated persons can be advised how to have the issues resolved. We must ensure that products of high quality are offered to our consumers. The Guyana National Bureau of Standards must continue to work towards this end. I was pleased to learn of the enforcement of the Third One compulsory national electrical standards approved by the APNU plus AFC government, where inspectors from the Guyana National Bureau of Standards removed electrical products from substandard electrical products from certain supermarkets. Mr. Speaker, more is needed to be done. Much more of these operations need to be carried out in other parts of our country. Government must provide more resources so that similar exercise can be carried out in all our regions on a regular basis. We must safeguard our consumer from substandard products. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to raise some issues facing the citizens of Region 2. The residents living between Queenston and Supernam are complaining bitterly about the quality of water supplied by the Guyana Water Incorporated. The water is untreated and has a high iron content. These residents want to enjoy the supply of treated water as available in other parts of the coast, but sadly, this has not been addressed in Budget 2022. Mr. Speaker, our main road has started to deteriorate and cracks and holes are starting to appear. Mr. Speaker, a stitch in time saves 9, and we are calling on the government to effect remedial work immediately before the road gets worse. These are the little things, Mr. Speaker, we on the Essequibo Coast expect to be addressed in Budget 2022. It seems, Mr. Speaker, that this government has taken us back to our Cinderella status. Mr. Speaker, I cannot conclude without saying something about our rice industry. Rice, as we all know, is the backbone of Region 2. Many farmers suffered tremendously from the excessive heavy rainfall and resulting flooding in 2021. They were grateful for the flood relief received by only some of those farmers. Mr. Speaker, there are great dissatisfaction among those who have generally suffered from the effects of the flood and to date, for some reason or the other, have not received any relief. It is rumored, Mr. Speaker, that several persons received relief far exceeding their loss, and some received substantial amount without suffering any loss at all. the farmers are disgruntled. Mr. Speaker, all is not well in the rice industry in Essequibo. The cost of insecticide, weedicide, fertilizer, and labor have increased. Fertilizer now range between $9,000 and $10,000 per bag. The farmers of Region 2 are renewing their call for government to fulfill the promise made to them to reduce the cost of fertilizers and other chemicals used in this industry. Mr. Speaker, this budget is indeed the largest presented in our country's history to date. But this budget has failed to bridge the gap between the poor and the rich. Our people deserve better. This budget may have a plan for vast infrastructural development, but sadly, it lacks the capacity to create wealth and improve the life of ordinary people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. And now I call on the Honorable Member, Mr. Faisal Jafar Ali, to make his presentation. Mr. Jafar Ali is the final speaker for today.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support Budget 2022 as presented by the Honorable Senior Minister within the Office of the President with responsibility of finance, Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh. Mr. Speaker, allow me further to congratulate the staff of the Ministry of Finance for presenting to this House a well-crafted budget. But Mr. Speaker, before I continue, the Honorable Member, Mr. Jones, spoke about Article 13, about consultation. I want this Honorable House to note, and the Guyanese people, that there is a wide range of consultation for Budget 2022. Mr. Cox spoke about the APNU giving an increase of a stipend to the CSO. But I want to remind the Honorable Gentleman, is the APNU AFC who dismissed the 1900 CSO. We hear the call for increase in old age pension. But in 5 years, the APNU AFC gave an increase of $7,000. In 18 months, the PPPC gave $7,000. And I want to remind you, it was a PNC at that time who introduced the mean test to prevent our senior citizens from getting a pension. And many of you will recall, if they go to your home and they find a Belanger tree, you can't get the old age pension. So cruel were those people. Mr. Speaker, 2021 has been a very difficult year for us in Region 5 because of the massive flooding we had in that region, greatly affected. But Mr. Speaker, we did not throw up our hands and say, so be it. Like the APNU AFC will normally throw their hand in normal circumstances. We responded in the short-term base, the medium-term base, and 2022 budget will see a more long-term response to the difficulties of our farmers face. Mr. Speaker, in 5 years that the APNU AFC was in office, they destroyed every section of the Region 5 community, whether it was business, agriculture, tourism. In 5 years, 217 businesses closed in Region 5. 217 businesses closed in Region 5. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to report, in less than 18 months, 73 new businesses established in Region 5 created an additional 420 jobs in the areas of commerce, agriculture, tourism, construction. And certainly when you drive along the West Berbice Road, you see the construction industry booming. Every day new building going up. It is because of the policies and programs of the PPPC government. Mr. Speaker, as I said, Article 13 was implemented during this process of consultation. I recall the Honorable Senior Minister within the Office of the President with responsibility to finance. The business community asked for a meeting. I took the Honorable Minister, and they were loud in praise with the policies and programs because they see this government as encouraging private businesses. And this is important for this country to grow. And one of the requests was the need to have some reduction in taxes of pickup vehicle. 2022 budget caters for that. Because we are a government that listens to the people. We listen to the people. When our ministers of government, when members of parliament visit the community, we listen to the people, we raise their concern, we listen. They come back to cabinet and discuss it. Look at the gold program, how successful it was in Region 5. Because people like the Honorable Minister, Sonia Parag, Priya Manichan, Susan Rodriguez, Anand Prasad, we visit the communities, explain to people how this program can benefit them. I'm happy to report nearly 400 young persons in Region 5 is now benefiting from the Gold Project. 400 young people in various areas. Mr. Speaker, agriculture. Agriculture is the backbone, has been the backbone of the Guyana's economy. Region 5 has the largest acreage under agriculture cultivation. And despite the shortcomings, because of the rain, heavy rainfall, and I want to thank our ministers who responded, as I said, in the short term by providing foodstuff, medical supply, water to all the communities that are affected. I recall Minister Zulfikar and Honorable Nigel Darmlal going to communities like Buxton, Litchfield, number 41, number 42, Trafalgar, distributing hundreds of hampers to those people who are affected. Right across Region 5, we were there. Burma, I recall myself and Minister Sonia going through the waters in Burma. Minister Ashki Prasad went there, distributing hamper. Then we distribute the cash crop relief, where every farmer, I can testify that every farmer who were affected benefited from the government's cash crop. Every farmer that benefited, that lost benefited. Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Agriculture, I said, we are once the breadbasket of the Caribbean. In 5 years, AP and new AFC destroyed that. Nobody had any trust in us anymore. They destroyed the title that we had as the breadbasket of the Caribbean. In less than 18 months, the government of Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali and the Ministry of Agriculture led by Zulfikar Mustafa, we are once again the breadbasket of the Caribbean. In Region 5, you will see the installation of a 200 SUSEC pump at Trafalgar. Go and check it out here. Construction of Onpawak Access Road. Supervision of the construction of the Farm to Market Road on the right bank of the Barry River. In 2021-2022, the Ministry of Agriculture will be spending in Region 5 the sum of $2.2 billion to rehabilitate and improve the infrastructure development in the agriculture sector in Region 5. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, all the street lights that the advisor for petroleum, it was petroleum advisor? Petroleum jelly advisor that you remove all the lights from the communities of Region 5. I'm happy to report all the 10 NDC, we don't discriminate. All the 10 NDC are now fully lit with street lights across Region 5. 2022 budget, because of his involvement, the minister going down to the community, and there's always an issue of solid waste disposal. 2022 budget cater for the Blaymont area to be upgraded. Provision is made in the 2022 budget. Mr. Speaker, the APU, AFC, as I said, did nothing for Region 5. You know, there must be some sense of pride that you're being in government for 5 years. What are your achievements? And I was trying to think about something that you achieved. And I came to 2 or 3 issues, perhaps. One, the distribution of house lot letters. In 2020, you distributed 5,000 house lot letters. The Honorable Minister Colin Cole and Susan Rodriguez were in Region 5, and they were bombarded with these letters. You collected the people money barefacedly, a criminal offense. You should be charged. You should be charged.
Honorable member, what are you charging me for?
They should be charged for collecting people money on false pretense. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Collins and Honorable Susan went to Region 5. And we were able to find house lots, real house lots, in Balshak housing scheme. 300 house lots were distributed in Balshak housing scheme. At Experiment, we have 4 contractors working presently to develop over 600 additional house lots in Region 5. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member is not here, Brother James, but she knows about those letters. And perhaps this cabinet and this government of the PPPC, you see, we are concerned. We believe that we must provide goods and services to the residents of our country because we don't believe in thief in elections. We don't believe in thief in elections. We believe to go into the polls, and people must democratically elect us as they did in 2020. Mr. Speaker, potable water. You can imagine a street next to the PNC office in Rosignol. For 5 years, 27 residents were bombing at that door to get potable water. One meeting with the Honorable Minister Susan, we were able to have the distribution pipe laid. One meeting. Similarly, at Maracabay and Amerindian community, we have upgraded the water distribution system. Good faith. The Honorable Member Vincent Jordan from Region 5 is not here. He was once the manager of Guyana. And we all know the destruction he did in that community. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Indar and Anand Prasad went to Zordanhoop, Blaymont, a village stone throw away from Ithaca. And 20 families could not have got electricity for 5 years. But they look across to Ithaca. Every home was litted. Every land pole was litted with electricity. These were sugar workers, ordinary people. They went to meet the petroleum advisor because she was the big thing in the area. Jennifer Wayne, the former MP. I know what they were told. Move your house. These people had transport. They had transport for the land. And they were asked to move. With the intervention of Minister Indar and Anand Prasad, in less than a month, they got connected. This is the kind of government the people of Region 5 face under APNU AFC, Mr. Speaker. The people of Fairfield. The people of Fairfield suffer. They receive severe damages because of the collapse of the seawall. The Honourable Member Patterson is not here. Minister Edgell had to intervene and save that community. Look, you are in government when these things happen. Mr. Speaker, the APNU AFC government, whether you're Afro-Guyanese or Indo-Guyanese, once you're poor, they have no care for you. I remember the issue at number 41, 42. Afro-Guyanese rice farmers who received their title, legal document, these are Afro-Guyanese. These people went to the former opposition leader, he was Minister of State. They went to the former Attorney General, Mr. Basil Williams. They went all over to get remedy. They came to me. I encouraged my good colleague, the Attorney General, to come and meet these people. He met those people and we were in opposition. And he represented the case in the court and the people won. And I want to say this, those comrades are not PVP supporters. But this government, the PVP government, does not look who you support. Once you have an issue and we can deal with it, we deal with it. Recently, Teacher Joy, the Millers, the Sangwells, the Johnson, they came to me. I said, Mr. Jaffer Ali, when the PNC people come to 41, 42 Litchfield, and they talk about Barra Jack Dale and the PPP, it's racism that they bring to our community. We had an issue. We went to them. They did not respond. We came to you guys. They came to you, came to us, and we represent them. Recently,
For you to continue in this meeting, sir, you need an extension of time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask for the honourable member to have an extension of 5 minutes to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Member, you may continue.
the APNU AFC had a community meeting at number 41. 11 persons turned up. 4 from Ithaca, and 3 from Hopetown. All the children. Yes. The buses, the other attorney to remember the buses. They had 2 buses. Where are the buses now? They're parked. Yeah, but what I'm saying, 2 buses cannot provide the service to school children. They start at one end, pick up someone else, and they park at the other end. They blocked up, that's why they park. Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Health, a brand new hospital at Bard Settlement is in 2022 budget, which will provide greater healthcare delivery for the people of Region 5. In education, I am happy to report that Region 5 has 811 teachers at the primary, nursery, primary, and secondary level. And 80% of those teachers are trained and qualified to deliver quality education to the children of our community. And because of the invention of the Honorable Minister of Education, she didn't throw up her hands despite the pandemic. The results of the National Grade 6 and the CXC results is above the national average of Guyana in Region 5. Above the national average in Region 5. And the top students are no longer coming from Georgetown as it used to be. It is coming from the rural community, because the resources that are made available in the education sector is divided across the region. So every child can receive quality education. Mr. Speaker, Probably you need to have a new hospital there now. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, under the Ministry of Local Government, we will see tremendous amount of infrastructure development, roads, drainage, building, in every NDC, whether it's Tifi, Tempe, or Hamlet Chance, or Rising Sun, we will see tremendous development across the entire region. It's because we as a government, we govern for all the people of Guyana. And that is why we are running with the One Guyana campaign, because all of us belongs to Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I would like to encourage the honorable member to join with us, because you'll be already put aside by the PNC. So join with us and let the PNC join with us to develop Guyana. We need to work together. We must work together. There's a time for politics, Honorable Mr. James. It's a time when we must work together. Work together, but
Where is the opposition leader?
they have not consulted on that yet. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, this concludes our business for today. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move the adjournment of the Assembly to 10 a.m. on Thursday, the 4th of February, 2022. Tuesday, Tuesday.
Thank you, honorable members. The House now stands adjourned.
Yeah, I write Tuesday.
Till 10 a.m. Tuesday, February 1st, 2022.